Chapter 632. A sacred, Lord-level powerhouse was incredibly powerful. Their every move could trigger the forces of heaven and earth, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. This power had far surpassed that of a sage king, and even a supreme sage. Queen Medusa pointed her finger downwards. Taoist patterns filled the void, and spiritual energy gathered to form a giant purple finger that was thousands of meters tall. With a single tap of his finger, even the towering mountains were about to collapse, and the bodies of saints were about to explode into a bloody mist. "This is too scary." The surrounding sky prides quickly dispersed, keeping a distance from Jun Xiaoyao. Even outlawed sky prides such as Mo Jinyu, Sheng Hongyi, and Lord Brahma felt a fatal threat. They could not withstand this finger. "All of you back off," Jun Xiaoyao said. Fairy Maiden Yuan, Yen Rameng, and Taiyin Jade Hair retreated. Jun Xiaoyao never did anything he was not confident in, so they were not worried at all. The ground around Jun Xiaoyao began to crack and collapse before the giant finger of purple light was even able to reach him. Jun Xiaoyao's white robe fluttered, and his sleeves danced in the wind. However, his expression was incredibly calm. He activated the power of the sacred body of the ancients and the immortal Daluo immortal body. The combination of the two gave Jun Xiaoyao an almost indestructible physical body. He performed the Kuan Peng's grand divine power again and threw a punch. Runes filled the sky, and the shadow of a Kuan Peng appeared, bringing with it a supreme force that could shatter the heavens. He threw a punch at the giant purple finger. In the sky, Queen Medusa's cold and beautiful face was expressionless. She was not stupid. She did not try her best to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Queen Medusa thought that it would be enough to severely injure Jun Xiaoyao and teach him a lesson. Although it's just a casual finger, it's not something a mere sage can withstand. Queen Medusa's voice was cold. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao's fist light collided with the giant purple finger. Endless runes shot out, turning into waves that swept out. The surrounding ground crumbled. From this, one could see how powerful Queen Medusa's finger was. "Is he dead?" Sheng Hongyi glanced over. He naturally hoped that Jun Xiaoyao would fall in the hands of Queen Medusa. In this way, their Guilin holy church would lose a great land. This is the so-called mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating its capabilities. Mo Jinyu sneered. It seemed like there was no need for him to do anything. Smoke and dust filled the air as all of the chosen from the ancient road, as well as the snake men, looked over. This brat who dares to blaspheme the queen should be dead, right? General Thunder Snake sneered. However, in the next moment, the sneer on his face froze and his snake eyes widened. Everyone present was stunned. They were flabbergasted and unable to believe what they were seeing. When the dust settled, a white-robed figure was still standing there calmly. There wasn't a single wrinkle on his white robe. "Is this all the holy sovereigns have?" Jun Xiaoyao raised his head and looked at Queen Medusa in the sky. Queen Medusa was also slightly stunned. A hint of surprise appeared on her beautiful, snow-white face. She had only casually pointed her finger, although she had held back. It was enough to easily kill a holy sovereign. Even an outlawed sky pride like Jun Xiaoyao should have been severely injured. However, Jun Xiaoyao looked as if nothing had happened. His clothes were not even a little messy. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Again, Queen Medusa raised her eyebrows. This time, she was a little more serious. She had only used 10% of her strength in the previous attack. Now, Queen Medusa stretched out her jade-like hand and slapped down with 30% of her strength. 30% of a holy sovereign's strength was enough to easily injure a supreme sage and kill a holy sovereign. As for holy sovereigns, they were even more insignificant and could be easily destroyed. Now this is interesting. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He activated his sacred body of the ancients and immortal Daluo immortal body to the extreme. At the same time, the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant was supported by the power of 100,000 divine elephants. He had also refined the Kuan Peng's great divine power and the Thunder Emperor's great divine power at the same time. In an instant, the space around Jun Xiaoyao was distorted. Divine light flashed, and billions of golden divine lights illuminated the world. The Kuan Peng and the Thunder Emperor's silhouettes attacked together with him. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like a supreme, godly king. At least in terms of aura, he was not inferior to Queen Medusa at all. Boom! Queen Medusa's Maxim palm collided with Jun Xiaoyao's attack. This time, the ripples were more intense than before. A Maxim storm swept out and tore the surrounding space apart. It was as if two comets had collided. Rocks flew everywhere, and heaven and earth trembled. Boom! After the attack, Jun Xiaoyao took a few steps back. His body was buzzing and trembling. That was the terrifying power of a holy sovereign. It was going to tear his body apart. However, Jun Xiaoyao's body was emitting golden light. Immortal divine light flowed around him. This was a terrifying body that had the potential to become an emperor. Even 30% of a holy sovereign's power would be difficult to destroy. How can this be? Queen Medusa was really shocked this time. Her red lips were slightly open. She was very surprised. Even a supreme saint like General Thundersnake couldn't withstand 30% of her power. How could a mere saint realm cultivator withstand it? What she couldn't accept the most was that Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any obvious injuries on his body. He was still calm and collected. This kid, General Thundersnake, General Green Snake, and the others were also shocked. Impossible. The sacred body of the ancients is imprisoned by heaven and earth. It has 10 shackles. Even if he broke a few shackles, it's impossible for him to block the holy sovereign's attack. Amojinu also took a deep breath. She was in disbelief. The sacred spirit clan was a spirit formed from divine stones and immortal metals. They were born with an indestructible body. However, even if it was Amojinu, with his current realm and the strength of his body, it was absolutely impossible for him to block Queen Medusa's attack. His body would directly shatter. There's only one last move left. Don't show mercy. Otherwise, as a queen, you'll really have to warm the bed for the Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. There was a smile on his handsome face. This smile was quite glaring in Queen Medusa's eyes. If that's the case, then I'll fulfill your wish, Queen Medusa said coldly. Her purple snake tail swayed slightly. Her entire body tore through the void and instantly descended in front of Jun Xiaoyao. She wanted to personally take action and suppress this arrogant and loathsome brat. Seeing Queen Medusa personally make a move, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. However, he was very vigilant. After all, she was a holy sovereign. The gap between their realms was too big. Jun Xiaoyao had to go all out. His body trembled slightly, and dragon qi surged out, condensing into a silver rainbow, holy dragon armor that was suffused with rainbow colors. At the same time, the reverence of the 10,000 saints and immortal king descends to the 9 heavens were activated. Then, 6 streaks of divine energy appeared on the surface of Jun Xiaoyao's body and strengthened his strength. The power of the bone of supremacy was also activated by Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that this time, Jun Xiaoyao really didn't hold back. He went all out. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them instantly exchanged blows. Every attack of Queen Medusa's contained the power of a holy sovereign. Even Jun Xiaoyao's physical body buzzed and trembled. Queen Medusa was surprised. Every time she attacked Jun Xiaoyao, she felt as if she was attacking an indestructible immortal metal. This kid's physical body. Queen Medusa was also in disbelief. She had never seen a monster like Jun Xiaoyao. She struck out with her palm again, trying to severely injure Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao took out the myriad chi cauldron. It was a powerful weapon. The myriad chi cauldron was rolling. The entire cauldron was like a huge star as it smashed toward Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa's jade-like palm hit the myriad chi cauldron, making clang. She only felt a terrifying and boundless power crushing toward her, causing her to take a few steps back. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao used the speed of the Kuan-Pong and instantly rushed behind Queen Medusa. He immediately made a move. He grabbed Queen Medusa's slender neck with one hand and her slim waist with the other. The sacred body of the ancients and the power of 100,000 divine elephants all exploded at this moment. Queen Medusa only felt as if her body was being ravaged and crushed by a giant steel beast. That divine power could simply shatter an ancient mountain. Just as Queen Medusa was about to completely unleash the power of a holy sovereign to shake off Jun Xiaoyao suddenly moved his mouth close to Queen Medusa's ear and said with a sneer, "Don't you want to know where your daughter Bai Ling is?" As soon as he finished speaking, Queen Medusa's delicate body instantly stiffened. She even forgot to break free from Jun Xiaoyao. Her full and alluring body was tightly pressed against Jun Xiaoyao, and she was tightly restrained by him. Chapter 633. You know where Bai Ling is? Did you kidnap her? Queen Medusa gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with extreme coldness. If Jun Xiaoyao was really the one who took her away, she would make sure Jun Xiaoyao knew what it meant to be worse than death, even if it meant risking universal condemnation. I, the Son of God, would never resort to such means. Don't worry, she's fine, Jun Xiaoyao said. His breath landed on Queen Medusa's sparkling earlobe, giving her a tingling sensation. Queen Medusa looked at him strangely. As the queen of the Naga tribe, she was worshipped by everyone. No one of the opposite sex could get so close to her. At this moment, Queen Medusa realized that her voluptuous Linglong's body was tightly held by Jun Xiaoyao. Queen Medusa's cold and elegant face revealed a trace of shame and anger. Jun Xiaoyao didn't deliberately want to take advantage of Queen Medusa. He didn't need to. In battle, Jun Xiaoyao never differentiated between men and women. Even if it was a woman's chest, he would mercilessly punch it. However, one had to admit that only Queen Medusa could have such a delicate and voluptuous body. At this moment, everyone present, whether it was the prodigies of the ancient road or the Naga tribe, was stunned. Although they were in the middle of a battle, why did this scene feel a little strange? It made one's imagination run wild. Are all men like this? Yan Rumhung pursed her lips. She subconsciously looked down at her own figure. It wasn't bad either. Although she was not as mature as Queen Medusa, she was not as mature. Fairy Maiden Yuan also bit her lips slightly. She didn't say anything, but she felt a little uncomfortable. On the Naga tribe side, the Lightning Snake General and the others were even more shocked. The supreme queen of the snake people race, who could not be profaned, was actually being defiled by a human man. Queen Medusa also came back to her senses when she noticed the commotion around her. She was just a little absent-minded when she heard about Bai Ling. Can you release him now? Queen Medusa asked coldly. Of course. We can talk about anything. This son of God doesn't want to completely destroy the Naga race. That's too cruel and goes against the harmony of the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao let go of Queen Medusa. He knew that Bai Ling was the best bargaining chip. However, if someone who knew Jun Xiaoyao well heard this, they would definitely ridicule him. Jun Xiaoyao had annihilated many major forces and races. After all, after the two of them separated, the atmosphere calmed down for the time being. Queen Medusa's face was still flushed red from her embarrassment and anger, adding a touch of femininity to her cold and elegant face. However, the way she looked at Jun Xiaoyao was still cold. Brat, how dare you blaspheme Her Majesty the Queen? Die! General Thundersnake was about to attack. Stop! Queen Medusa coldly berated. The Thunder Snake General's body stiffened. He was a little stunned, and his face was filled with resentment. Queen Medusa was actually berating her general for a foreign brat who had just profaned her. "Where's Bai Ling?" Queen Medusa asked. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. A green shadow flashed across his chest. It was a small green snake. With a flash, it transformed into a beautiful girl around 13 or 14 years old. It was Bai Ling, mother! Seeing Queen Medusa, Bai Ling revealed a look of extreme joy and rushed over. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, he didn't stop her. He knew that with Bai Ling around, Queen Medusa wouldn't attack him. Bai Ling also wouldn't allow Queen Medusa to harm him. This sudden turn of events caused many people to be stunned. They did not expect the situation to take such a turn. However, when they thought about how Jun Xiaoyao had really blocked 3 of Queen Medusa's attacks, everyone was amazed. Mo Jinyu, Sheng Hongyi, and the others were even more incredulous. "Bai Ling, are you all right?" Queen Medusa rubbed Bai Ling's head. Her originally cold and domineering, pretty red phoenix eyes had a warm feeling surging up at this moment. "Bai Ling is fine. It's all thanks to you that I was able to see my mother safely." Bai Ling smiled happily. After that, she briefly told Queen Medusa about what had happened. When she heard that Jun Xiaoyao didn't hurt Bai Ling after winning the bid, she heard that he even took care of her. When Queen Medusa looked at Jun Xiaoyao, the coldness in her eyes lessened. "Although you're very annoying, I still have to thank you for saving Bai Ling," Queen Medusa said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao said, "Queen Medusa, what I want isn't just a word of thanks. Did I win the battle of 3 moves just now?" Hearing this, Queen Medusa's face revealed a hint of hesitation. "Do you really want me to be your bed-warming maid?" Jun Xiaoyao was also slightly stunned. Shouldn't the main point be that he wanted to enter the Temple of Doom? That's secondary. Also, we might be able to discuss some things that might be helpful to the Snake People tribe, Jun Xiaoyao said. Queen Medusa thought for a moment and handed Bai Ling over to General Green Snake. Then she waved her hand. The magical power runes around them intertwined, forming an isolated space. Only Queen Medusa and Jun Xiaoyao were inside. What's going on? Is the son of God of the Jun family going to persuade Queen Medusa? What persuasion? He should be sleeping with her, right? TSK, if it were me, I wouldn't dare to be alone with that femme fatale. All the geniuses outside were amazed. Her Majesty wants us to temporarily stop the 1,000-snake realm covering formation and discuss it later, General Green Snake said. How can this be? That brat can actually make Her Majesty change her mind. General Lightning Snake was extremely dissatisfied. There was also a hint of jealousy, because in the Snake People tribe, apart from Queen Medusa, his cultivation was the highest. In the future, if Queen Medusa wanted to reproduce, the best candidate would be him. As for Bai Ling, although she was Queen Medusa's daughter, she wasn't actually her mother. Although General Lightning Snake didn't dare to blaspheme Queen Medusa, he vaguely had such thoughts in his heart. Now that he saw Queen Medusa and another human man like this, he was naturally unhappy. At this moment in the isolated space, Queen Medusa's gaze was cold as she looked at Jun Xiaoyao and said, "If you have something to say, say it. My patience is limited." Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back and said, "You want the opportunity in the Temple of Doom because you want the entire Snake People tribe to escape from their current miserable situation. But have you ever thought about what if the Temple of Doom doesn't have the opportunity to transform your Snake People tribe? When the executors of the Ancient Road arrive, your Snake People tribe will be finished." Jun Xiaoyao's words caused Queen Medusa's expression to turn serious. Indeed, the executors of the Ancient Road had cultivation bases above the supremacy level. It wouldn't be too difficult to wipe out the Snake People tribe. Queen Medusa could be considered to have staked everything on this one throw, betting everything on the Temple of Doom. If she lost, the Snake People tribe would naturally be wiped out. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and said, "If this son of God gave you a chance to let the snake people tribe live a 100% stable life and also obtain abundant resources, would you be willing?" "What? You can do it?" Queen Medusa was shocked. Wasn't this what she dreamed of? To let the snake people tribe develop steadily and not be bullied and hunted every day like they were now. "It's very simple. Submit to me." Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeve and looked down at Queen Medusa condescendingly. Chapter 634. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao had no plans to subdue the Naga tribe from the beginning. To him, the Naga tribe was nothing more than an insignificant tribe. Their survival had nothing to do with him. Even if the Naga tribe was exterminated, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't feel anything. He wouldn't even bat an eyelid. However, after learning about Bai Ling's bloodline, Jun Xiaoyao had a vague feeling. The Naga tribe must have some secrets, and those secrets were in the Temple of Doom. If the Naga tribe really had other origins, then the Naga tribe was worth nurturing. Joining the monarch's court was a good choice. You want to enslave the Naga tribe? Queen Medusa raised her eyebrows. If anyone else dared to say such words in front of her, Queen Medusa would have already slapped them. "It's submission, not enslavement," Jun Xiaoyao corrected. "It's still your orders," Queen Medusa said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. "Queen Medusa, you're not that naive, are you? You should know that there's no such thing as absolute freedom in this world. The entire world is like a pyramid. Each level oppresses the next, and I, the Son of God, stand at the top of the pyramid." Jun Xiaoyao's hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone with a bright light of confidence. He was born to be noble and lofty. That aura of a dragon and phoenix among men that had been in a high position for a long time even caused Queen Medusa to feel a little uncomfortable. She felt that in front of Jun Xiaoyao, even a holy lord like her was inferior. "Do you believe that the executors of the ancient road, who can easily destroy your Naga tribe, have to bow their heads in front of me, the Son of God? I, the Son of God, and the ruler of the monarch's court. With a casual word, I can destroy your Naga tribe 10,000 times over. Therefore, this is the Son of God's pity for your Naga tribe." Jun Xiaoyao's words caused Queen Medusa's face to turn pale. She was the high and mighty queen of the Naga tribe. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she was just a plaything that was slightly more beautiful and had a slightly better figure. Queen Medusa took a deep breath, her chest heaving up and down. She stared at Jun Xiaoyao with her long, narrow, phoenix-like eyes. "Are you sure that we won't be wiped out by the executors of the ancient road?" "Of course. If this Son of God can't stop it, then no one can," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Queen Medusa was a little conflicted. It was her first time meeting someone like Jun Xiaoyao. Domineering and awe-inspiring, his power overflowed to the heavens. However, he was meticulous, good at scheming, and had extraordinary talent. Even if such a person wasn't a hero in the future, he would still be a formidable person. Add to that Jun Xiaoyao's unshakable background, and Queen Medusa was convinced that the Naga tribe could follow Jun Xiaoyao to the light of day. She sighed and said, "If you want us to surrender, we can. However, the secrets of the Temple of Doom are also very important to us." "Don't worry about that," Jun Xiaoyao said. "We can investigate together." "Very well," Queen Medusa said with a sigh. "We agree. So what if they didn't agree? If the secrets in the Temple of Doom weren't enough to transform the entire Naga tribe, then the slaughter here would definitely incur the wrath of the executors of the ancient road. When that happened, the Naga tribe would be wiped out. Queen Medusa had been forced into a dead end when she wanted to gamble. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had given her a better option. She wasn't stupid. A wise man submits to circumstances. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. "Very well," Queen Medusa said. "Then we can explore the Temple of Doom together." "What should you call me?" Jun Xiaoyao asked coolly. If she was willing to acknowledge allegiance to him, then she had to understand the importance of seniority. Queen Medusa bit her lip and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. After a long time, she finally spoke in a somewhat unfamiliar and dry tone. Young master. Good, Jun Xiaoyao said. By the way, I'm very curious about Bai Ling's bloodline. Back then, Bai Ling said that Queen Medusa was the only one who gave birth to her. Jun Xiaoyao felt that something was off. Based on what he had seen, Queen Medusa didn't have partner. Queen Medusa replied, "A long time ago there was a riot at the Temple of Doom, during which a drop of ancient blood was spat out. I used the Naga tribe's blood origin life creation magic to refine that drop of ancient blood and give birth to an embryo. That's how Bai Ling came to be." What? Jun Xiaoyao said. Bai Ling was born from a drop of ancient blood in the Temple of Doom. This was completely out of his expectations, and the Naga tribe's blood origin life creation magic could give birth to life from a drop of ancient blood. This reminded Jun Xiaoyao of a legend in Huaxia. That god seemed to have a human head and a snake's body, right? The blood origin life creation magic is very demanding and the success rate is too low. Maybe it was because of that drop of ancient blood that it succeeded in the end, Queen Medusa explained. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. It seemed that the answer to the mystery should be in the Temple of Doom. Well, since it's settled, let's go, Jun Xiaoyao said. Queen Medusa waved her hand and dispersed the isolated space. They appeared in front of everyone again. Hey, it's settled. Everyone's gazes shifted over. Their expressions froze at the same time, because Queen Medusa was standing behind Jun Xiaoyao. She looked like a maid. Damn, he really turned Queen Medusa into a bed-warming maid. Amazing, the son of God of the Jun family is really amazing. A dignified holy lord level powerhouse, Queen Medusa, who was famous for her beauty and ferocity, had actually been subdued. Your Majesty. Green Snake General and the others were also in disbelief. Queen Medusa waved her hand and said, "Remove the array. We'll talk about the details later." Seeing this scene, the geniuses and cultivators of the ancient road all showed the joy of surviving a disaster. They were finally going to survive. Thank you, Son of God, for saving our lives. Everyone bowed to Jun Xiaoyao with sincerity. You don't have to be so polite. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Although these people were like ants in his eyes, he just saved them in passing. But why not use the reputation he got for free? It was just enough to make up for his image. Next, the Naga tribe will explore the Temple of Doom. Except for young Master Jun and the others, everyone else can get lost, Queen Medusa said coldly. Hearing this, the geniuses didn't show any disappointment. It was already good enough that they came back alive. Amit Ba, it seems this little monk is not fated to enter this temple. Brahma Heaven chanted a Buddhist mantra, feeling a little helpless. Mo Jinyu and Sheng Hongyi's expressions didn't look too good. Hu Qingqing was even more anxious. Beside Mo Jinyu, she said, "Young Master Mo, this Fairy Yuan could enter the Temple of Doom with Jun Xiaoyao, but she couldn't. What was going on?" Queen Medusa, I'm Mo Jinyu of the Holy Spirit Island. I also want to enter the Temple of Doom, Mo Jinyu said. However, before Queen Medusa could say anything, Jun Xiaoyao opened his mouth and spoke. If you didn't speak, I would have forgotten about you. If you want to enter the Temple of Doom, sure, but you'll have to get through me first. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Mo Jinyu's expression instantly turned ugly. Chapter 635. If Jun Xiaoyao dared to provoke her like this before, Mo Jinyu would have attacked him. However, Jun Xiaoyao had blocked 3 of Queen Medusa's attacks. Everyone knew that Jun Xiaoyao was probably the one who killed the half-step Great Saint-level Fiery Snake General. A sage killing a half-step Great Sage. No one would believe it if they heard about it. However, Jun Xiaoyao did it. It was obvious how terrifying Jun Xiaoyao's true strength was. Even Mo Jinyu, who was known to be invincible among her peers and a natural divine spirit, was afraid of him. TSK, TSK, the natural divine spirit Mo Jinyu is scared. How can she not be scared? If it were her, would she be able to withstand 3 of the sacred leader's attacks? Not to mention the sacred leader. She might not even be able to withstand 3 of the half-step great sage's attacks. The son of God of the Jun family killed a half-step great sage. He's so powerful. Perhaps it was because Jun Xiaoyao had saved everyone, but the crowd was more biased toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, don't you go too far. Mo Jinyu's hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was filled with anger. So what if I, the son of God, am bullying you? Not only you, Sheng Hongyi, Fan Tian, the 3 of you can come at me together. I, the son of God, will take all of you. Jun Xiaoyao flung his sleeves in a domineering manner. He was going to fight 3 outlawed sky prides alone. Outlawed sky prides were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. Each of them had a monstrous talent. 3 outlawed sky prides together were enough to dominate an entire ancient path. Sheng Hongyi's expression was grim. To be honest, he was a little scared. Even Sheng Hongyi himself could not believe it. He was the holy son of the Gulin sect's Hong sect. It was always others who were afraid of him, not him. This was the first time he felt this way. It could only be said that Jun Xiaoyao was too oppressive. Amit Ba, I have no fate with the Temple of Doom, so I won't interfere. Benefactor Jun, farewell. Brahma chanted a Buddhist proclamation and spurred the jade white lion, and actually fled like a wisp of smoke. This caused the group of people to be extremely astonished. Don't be fooled by Brahma's kind and amiable appearance. When he was truly enraged, he was just like the Wisdom King, causing others to tremble in fear. Yet now they were retreating without a fight. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at them and thought, it seems that not all Buddhist prodigies are as stupid as Fahai and Jade Fozi. You guys want to run too? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Mo Jinyu's expression turned even colder. Jun Xiaoyao's words were obviously forcing him to fight. If Mo Jinyu ran away now, his image would be ruined. Even the Holy Spirit clan, who was invincible among their peers, would be tainted. This was something Mo Jinyu absolutely could not accept. Sheng Hongyi would not be able to escape either. If the other saints of the Gulin sect saw him, they would not even have the courage to fight. Perhaps his position as the son of saint would be impeached and replaced by someone else. Jun Xiaoyao, don't be so arrogant. The Holy Spirit clan is blessed by the heavens and invincible among our peers. Why would we be afraid of you? After Mo Jinyu finished speaking, he let out a clear whistle and directly attacked. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were also filled with a hint of interest. He was very curious about whether his sacred body of the ancients or the Holy Spirit clan's indestructible, treasured body was stronger. Whoosh! The 2 figures collided fiercely, like comets hitting the earth. Boom! It was just a punch. But Mo Jinyu was knocked back several miles. A muffled groan came from his chest, and his arms trembled violently. What? He's at a disadvantage after one move? Seeing Mo Jinyu being knocked back several miles with one move, everyone rubbed their eyes, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. That was the invincible Holy Spirit clan, who was blessed by the heavens and nurtured by the heavens and earth. But he was at a disadvantage after one move. Hu Qingqing's charming face was also stunned. She knew that it would be very difficult for Mo Jinyu to defeat Jun Xiaoyao, but he should be able to resist. But now, it seemed that she had overestimated Mo Jinyu and underestimated Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, Mo Jinyu's hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in dust. His expression was filled with shock and anger, but there was also a hint of fear. In just the initial exchange of blows, he felt that Jun Xiaoyao not only had an unparalleled physique, but his divine power was even more powerful. Mo Jinyu could not imagine how Jun Xiaoyao, a human, could cultivate his physical body to be stronger than the Holy Spirit clan, who had turned divine stones and immortal gold into spirits. and it was not just a little bit stronger. Demonic light of petrification. Emojinu also used the Holy Spirit clan's innate magic. The gray light beam shot out, and everywhere it passed, the ground froze like rocks. All kinds of plants were also turned into stone sculptures. The gray light shone on Jun Xiaoyao's body at lightning speed. His body froze inch by inch, turning into a stone sculpture. It's the Holy Spirit clan's demonic petrification light. It's said that when it's fully mastered, the gray light can petrify all the creatures on the ancient planet. Many geniuses showed fear in their eyes. However, before Emojinu could breathe a sigh of relief, the stone sculpture made a cracking sound and cracks spread out, and then it directly collapsed. Jun Xiaoyao's figure was revealed, and he was not affected at all. The sacred body of the ancients could be immune to many strange energies. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also had the ability to be immune to magical power. The demonic petrification light was also ineffective against him. Jun Xiaoyao punched out. It was the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which was supported by the Kuan Peng's grand magic, the Thunder Emperor's grand magic, and other moves. The fist light surged, and the ground in front of it was torn apart. Emojinu was also unwilling to wait for death, and he pushed his strength to the limit. Around him, 9 vortexes appeared, swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. This was the talent of the 9-holed rock spirit that was exclusive to him. Divine Fist of the Heavens. Emojinu absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and turned it into a world-shaking punch, colliding with Jun Xiaoyao's fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, accompanied by a cracking sound, Emojinu's fist was smashed open, and the blood of the Holy Spirit splattered out. Impossible! I'm an invincible Holy Spirit, and my physical body is unparalleled. Emojinu couldn't believe it and roared. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao's fist mark was already imprinted on Emojinu's body. Holy Spirit stone armor. Emojinu let out a long roar, and pieces of gray stone armor appeared on the surface of his body. This was the stone skin that he shed when he transformed into a human, and he refined it into armor. Jun Xiaoyao's fist landed on the surface, causing a sound that sounded like a great bell to be heard. A wave of vibration power surged out, and once again Emojinu was sent flying. This innate Holy Spirit was in a sorry state in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao, and he didn't have the strength to fight back at all. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out. Sheng Hongyi attacked at this time. He struck out with his metal-like right arm, and dazzling divine light shot out, and his fist intent soared into the sky. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care, and he countered with the Kuan Peng infinite divine fist. Clang, like the sound of a heavenly bell. Sheng Hongyi was also shocked, and he coughed up blood as he retreated. It's over. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. He still had to explore the Temple of Doom, and he didn't have time to waste on these two. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the sky, and he raised his hands. His left hand formed the path of life, and his right hand rose with the aura of death. 2 wheels of life and death appeared from his hands, and they rotated in the heavens, creating life and death. Wheels of life and death. Jun Xiaoyao reached out with both hands and attacked Emojinu and Sheng Hongyi at the same time. Behind him, the phantom of the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens appeared, augmenting the power of his Tao arts and divine arts. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like the immortal king who controlled the life and death of all living beings. Even outlawed sky prides were as insignificant as ants in front of him. The life and death of all living beings was under his control. Chapter 636. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's aura was too powerful. The silhouette of an immortal king appeared behind him. He pushed the wheel of life and death, crushing everything as if he could control the life and death of all living beings. Sheng Hongyi and Emojinu did not even have the strength to fight back in the face of such an attack. They tried their best to use their martial arts and superpowers. They cultivated all kinds of terrifying superpowers that could kill a sage in an instant. However, all of this was nothing in front of Jun Xiaoyao's wheel of life and death. Whoosh! Their bodies were severely injured and began to collapse as if they were about to collapse. Jun Xiaoyao summoned the myriad qi cauldron and suppressed Mo Jinyu. He wanted to refine her into a resource for the myriad qi cauldron. Ah! Mo Jinyu screamed. She never thought that she, an innate saint spirit, would be used as a material one day. The myriad qi cauldron carried a mighty force that could suppress the heavens. Mo Jinyu's severely injured body could not resist at all and was immediately suppressed. The surging myriad qi instantly drowned Mo Jinyu. Every wisp of myriad qi could crush a mountain range of thousands of miles. Although Mo Jinyu's body was a 9-orifice divine stone, she could not withstand this power. Her body exploded in the myriad qi cauldron and turned into a resource to nourish the cauldron. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The outlawed sky prides of the sacred spirit tribe were defeated in such a way. It was unexpected. Jun Xiaoyao turned to look at Sheng Hongyi and said indifferently, "You're not even as good as the 9-orifice divine stone. You're worthless as a material." Jun Xiaoyao only had coldness toward the Gulen sect. During the Immortal War, the Gulen sect had crossed the immortal domain to intervene. Jun Xiaoyao was a vengeful person. He would kill anyone from the Gulen sect on sight. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. The power of law intertwined and formed a giant palm. Even the lines on the palm could be seen clearly. It was as if the hand of a divine king was pressing down. Sheng Hongyi screamed at the top of his lungs when he sensed that death was near. "Jun Xiaoyao, don't be so arrogant. The 8 gates of the Gulen Church are not something that your Jun family can easily provoke. The saints of the other sects will also avenge me." As his voice fell, the palm of law came crashing down, smashing Sheng Hongyi into a bloody pulp. "If the holy sons of the other sects dare to provoke us, they will only be courting death." Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. In the ancient Orchid religion, the higher the rank of the holy son, the stronger he was. For example, the holy prince of the ancient Orchid cult's heavenly gate, Sheng Tianyi, was extremely famous on the ancient road. He was even more famous than Sheng Hongyi. But to Jun Xiaoyao it didn't matter. They could only be killed by him. Everyone gulped as they watched Jun Xiaoyao slaughter 2 outlawed sky prides in the blink of an eye. The Jun family's son of God's strength has far surpassed the average outlawed sky prides. I'm afraid only the outlawed sky prides of the outlawed sky prides can stand a chance against him. Someone said with lingering fear, "Maybe the Jun family's son of God can really break through the entire ancient road." TSK, I really want to witness that scene with my own eyes. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had saved their lives. Therefore, these people were extremely respectful towards Jun Xiaoyao. Among the crowd, Hu Qingqing was completely stunned. Mo Jinyu, the ally that she had painstakingly recruited, died in Jun Xiaoyao's hands so easily. She was in a daze, as if her soul had left her body. Sensing Jun Xiaoyao's gaze on her, Hu Qingqing immediately knelt on the ground and cried as she begged for mercy. "Master Son of God, please forgive me. I am willing to follow the Son of God and do anything for you." Who would have thought that the noble lady of the 9-tailed fox clan, one of the courtesans of the goddess Lane, Hu Qingqing, would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, begging to stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side and do anything for him? However, before Jun Xiaoyao could say anything, Fairy Yuan twisted her slender waist and attacked. "You want to stay by my master's side? Do you think you're worthy?" Fairy Yuan attacked forcefully and attacked Hu Qingqing. "Fairy Yuan, Master Son of God hasn't said anything yet. Who gave you the right to attack?" Hu Qingqing shrieked. Boom! The 2 beauties began to fight. Jun Xiaoyao remained expressionless, but he was slightly surprised. Fairy Maiden Yuan's attack was decisive. What surprised him even more was that Fairy Yuan's strength was stronger than he had imagined. When the Luotian fleeting dance was performed, it made the heavenly maiden Yuan look absolutely stunning. But in this beauty, there was an extreme murderous intent. In just a few dozen rounds, Hu Qingqing died in the hands of Fairy Yuan amidst a scream. Jun Xiaoyao looked at this scene with a deep gaze. Fairy Yuan looked back at Jun Xiaoyao and smiled charmingly. She winked at him playfully and said, "Young master, you won't blame me for killing Hu Qingqing, right? Get ready to enter the Temple of Doom." Jun Xiaoyao did not say much. In fact, he already knew some things in his heart. Everything was still under his control. At this point, the curtains were drawn for the time being. Next, all that was left was to explore the Temple of Doom. Queen Medusa glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's cunning, scheming, ruthless methods, and unnatural talent were all things that mattered to him. All of this made Queen Medusa believe that she had not followed the wrong person. She even felt that it might not be long before Jun Xiaoyao's strength would far surpass hers. "Let's go in," Jun Xiaoyao said. Queen Medusa nodded slightly. Then Jun Xiaoyao, Fairy Yuan, Yen Rumeng, and Tying Jade Hair followed. Queen Medusa, Thunder Snake General, Green Snake General, Nether Snake General, and others entered the Temple of Doom together. Originally, Queen Medusa was unwilling to let Bai Ling enter the Temple of Doom and take the risk. However, considering that Bai Ling was born from a drop of ancient blood in the Temple of Doom, Jun Xiaoyao still suggested that Bai Ling go in with them. Not long after they entered the Temple of Doom, in the void, for faint shadows swept into the temple. This subtle scene was not noticed by the Serpent Men warriors. The Temple of Doom was not just a temple, but a continuous stretch of ancient ruins. When Jun Xiaoyao and the others entered, they found that the place was filled with a gray fog. "Everyone, use your mana to isolate it," Jun Xiaoyao said. He seemed to have become the leader of the group. Why should we listen to the orders of this human brat? Thunder Snake General muttered. "All right, do as young Master Jun says." Queen Medusa waved her hand. Everyone used their magic power to isolate themselves from the gray fog. Jun Xiaoyao was no stranger to this fog. This was because there was this kind of gray fog in the supreme treasure of Yuantian. This was related to the dark matter of the foreign realm. Could this place also be related to the dark matter of the foreign realm? Jun Xiaoyao thought in his heart. The deeper they went into the ruins of the Temple of Doom, the more Queen Medusa and the others felt a kind of domain suppression. "I can't use the strength of a divine lord." Queen Medusa frowned. This place was very strange, and it made her feel uneasy. Not only her, but Thunder Snake General and the others also couldn't use the strength of a supreme saint. Everyone's strength seemed to be suppressed to the saint realm. At this moment, there was a hissing sound in front of them. An ancient serpent with blood-red eyes tore at them. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword and cut off its head. He went forward to investigate, and he came to a realization. As expected, it's the same as the supreme treasure of Yuantian. If any creature is contaminated by this gray fog, their eyes will turn scarlet and they will fall into madness. What is the foreign realm's dark matter, and where does it come from? Why would this gray fog appear in the Temple of Doom? Could it be that there is something in it that has been contaminated by the dark matter? Jun Xiaoyao thought about a lot of things, and there were also many mysteries. Chapter 637. Even in the Jun family's library, there were not many records about the dark matter. It was only said that the dark matter came from a drop of blood in a mysterious place. Other than that, there were no more records. Jun Xiaoyao knew that it was meaningless to explore such things now. What he needed to do now was to search for the opportunity in the Temple of Doom. At this moment, in the distance, in the gray fog, specks of scarlet ghost fire suddenly appeared. They were actually eyes. "Oh no, it's a wave of demons." General Green Snake's expression changed. When the number of demons contaminated by the dark matter reached a certain level, they would form a wave of demons. If Queen Medusa and the others still maintained their peak combat strength, then it would be fine. But the problem was that Queen Medusa and the others were now suppressed by the domain and could only exert the strength of a saint. This was a bit difficult. Hiss, hiss, all kinds of strange roars were heard. The demons gathered into a wave and swept over. Let's attack together and open a path. As Jun Xiaoyao's voice fell, his whole body bloomed with light. The sacred body of the ancients was a physique of extreme yang and was innately resistant to all kinds of evil forces. Even if Jun Xiaoyao did not use his magic power to isolate himself, the gray fog would not be able to contaminate him in a short time. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword and slashed out with Immortal Slayer's sword chant. A mighty sword aura of thousands of feet broke through the gray fog. There was a hissing sound in front of him and the sound of the sword aura cutting into flesh. If ordinary people encountered such a wave of demons, they would most likely be scared out of their wits. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was normal. Queen Medusa and the others also attacked together. Even if their strength was suppressed, they were still far stronger than ordinary saints. The group of people fought and advanced just like that. At this moment, Bai Ling, who was protected in the center by everyone, suddenly seemed to have some kind of feeling. She pointed in a direction in front of her and said in a confused and hesitant voice, "It seems like we have to go there." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Sure enough, bringing Bai Ling into the Temple of Doom was the right decision. She was originally a drop of ancient blood in the Temple of Doom. Jun Xiaoyao speculated that the drop of ancient blood might have something to do with the origin of the Naga's bloodline. After that, everyone started to move in the direction that Bai Ling had pointed out. Not long after, an incomparably huge and ancient temple appeared in front of them. Its size was clearly much larger than the surrounding temples. Could this be where the main temple of the Temple of Doom is located? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. In front of the main temple stood a row of bronze pillars. There were carvings on it depicting an ancient existence with a human head and a snake body. At first glance, Jun Xiaoyao felt that she looked like the goddess of creation of Huaxia. Strangely enough, after Jun Xiaoyao and the others stepped past the bronze pillar, the demonic creatures didn't dare to take even half a step forward, as if they were afraid of something. Up ahead, the ancient temple was magnificent, and it carried a mottled and ancient aura. One could imagine that, in its heyday, the Temple of Doom would have been an incomparably magnificent existence. Unfortunately, things had changed with the passage of time, and this place had become a strange demonic land. Jun Xiaoyao and the others pushed open the bronze door of the main temple. A gust of chilly wind blew, causing the Thunder Snake General and the other supreme saints to feel a chill run down their spines. This place is too strange. Green Snake General's skin was covered in goosebumps. Jun Xiaoyao snapped his fingers, and a colorful she ancient emperor flame floated in the air, slightly illuminating the cold and dark ancient temple. There were some murals on the walls on both sides of the ancient temple. The murals depicted ancient people worshipping a human-headed snake god. Behind it was a peerless beauty who appeared from a river and was worshipped from all directions. As expected, this is the Luo River. Fairy Maiden Yuan stepped forward and touched the murals, her eyes bright and bright. Jun Xiaoyao thought of Fairy Maiden Yuan's graceful dance of the Luo god. Could it be that this Fairy Maiden Yuan is related to the legendary spirit of the Luo River? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. It was related to a legendary mythical emperor. Now Jun Xiaoyao finally understood why Fairy Maiden Yuan was so insistent on coming to the Temple of Doom. Some of the opportunities here were indeed related to her. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was not doing charity. If a great opportunity really appeared, he would definitely take the lion's share. As the group went deeper into the ancient temple, they also found many dusty ancient artifacts in some of the side halls, as well as some bottles and jars covered in dust. When the jars were opened, there was a shocking divine radiance swirling within, and a fragrance filled the air. It's a sacred pill, and its medicinal properties have not disappeared. The Thunder Snake General and the others were pleasantly surprised. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at it, then looked away without any interest. He had eaten sacred pills like candy since he was young. Only the Naga race, who did not have a rich heritage, saw sacred pills as treasures. Compared to these things, Jun Xiaoyao was more interested in the murals and carvings. They might have revealed some secrets about the mythical emperor or immortal, just as the Green Snake General and the others were packing up the pills and ancient artifacts. Bai Ling suddenly looked at the front of the hall and said blankly, "There's a familiar aura in front." These words made Jun Xiaoyao and Queen Medusa's eyes flash. They looked at each other and continued forward. A thick blood aura surged toward them. Looking around, in the center of the hall, there was a blood pool about 10 feet in diameter. Inside the blood pool, there was dark red blood. After so much time, the blood still had not coagulated. Beside the blood pool, there were 6 coffins. There was a blood trough under the coffins, and the blood flowed into the blood pool. This is... Queen Medusa was shocked. She could feel that the bloodline in her body seemed to be faintly burning. The Thunder Snake General and the others also felt the same. Is this some kind of sacrificial scene? Jun Xiaoyao asked suspiciously. This is the most primitive and powerful bloodline of the Naga race. Queen Medusa could not help but reveal an excited expression. She was the strongest of the Naga race, so she could naturally understand the power of this bloodline the most. If the entire Naga race had this bloodline, then, not to mention a sacred lord, even a supreme would not be a rare thing. Just as Queen Medusa was about to go forward and collect the bloodline, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said, "If you don't want the Naga race to be completely wiped out, then take this bloodline." "What do you mean, young master?" Queen Medusa stopped. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and said indifferently, "This blood pool contains the power of a curse and a substance of the same origin as the gray fog." Hearing this, Queen Medusa was slightly shocked and looked carefully. As expected, strange runes could be vaguely seen rising from the blood pool. There were also wisps of black gas spreading out. "This is the hope of my Naga race's transformation." Queen Medusa was unwilling. "It's not completely impossible." Jun Xiaoyao changed his tone and said indifferently, "Young master, do you have a way?" Queen Medusa could not help but step forward and grab Jun Xiaoyao's hand with her jade-like hand. She looked rather nervous. This was related to the transformation and rise of the Naga race, so it was no wonder that Queen Medusa would lose her composure. Chapter 638. Queen Medusa's hand was white and tender, as if it had no bones. He had to admit that it felt good. Seeing this scene, a dark look flashed in the eyes of the Thunder Snake General. How could the usually cold and noble queen lose her composure so easily in front of that human brat? She was like a little girl. Although Queen Medusa had already told them that the Naga tribe would submit to Jun Xiaoyao, but the Thunder Snake General still felt indignant. Fairy Maiden Yuan and Yan Ruming looked over with their beautiful eyes. Queen Medusa also noticed that she had lost her composure and hurriedly let go of her hand with a slightly embarrassed expression. Jun Xiaoyao said with a calm expression, "It's very simple. My sacred body of the ancients has the power to restrain evil. If I use the sacred body of the ancients' blood to baptize, I might be able to purify this pool of blood." These words made Queen Medusa's expression change slightly. She naturally understood how important the sacred body of the ancients' blood was to Jun Xiaoyao. Even if it was just to refine a drop of the sacred body of the ancients' blood, it was tantamount to cutting off his flesh. This was a great sacrifice. "Young Master Jun, Queen Medusa was speechless. She couldn't force Jun Xiaoyao to sacrifice the sacred body of the ancients' blood for the Naga tribe. Haha, since the Naga tribe is willing to submit to the Son of God, then this small sacrifice is still acceptable to me. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Young Master Jun. Even the cold and arrogant Queen Medusa couldn't help but be moved at this moment. Although she had previously agreed to submit to Jun Xiaoyao, she had only agreed because of the situation and Jun Xiaoyao's background. But now, Queen Medusa felt that Jun Xiaoyao really valued the Naga tribe. Thank you, Master. Medusa and the Naga tribe will definitely repay this kindness. Queen Medusa bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. Previously, she had called Jun Xiaoyao young Master Jun, but now she called him Master. The change in how Queen Medusa addressed Jun Xiaoyao was a clear indication of the change in her attitude toward him. It's fine. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. This scene caused great General Lightning Snake's heart to burn with jealousy. The aloof and cold queen addressed Jun Xiaoyao as her master. This contrast was unacceptable to General Thunder Snake. It was as if the goddess in his heart had become someone else's female slave. A smile flashed across Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. In fact, even if the Naga tribe was not involved, he still wanted to purify this blood pool. This was because Yan Ruming's transformation also required an ancient bloodline. This blood pool was also beneficial to Yan Ruming's awakening of the Sky Dream bewildering butterfly. The Naga tribe was just a side trip. However, a simple sentence would be able to make Queen Medusa unswervingly loyal to him. Why not? As for the blood essence of the saintly body, Jun Xiaoyao still needed to use his own. This was because the blood essence of a saint physique wasn't a complete saint physique with 10 shackles severed. Therefore, the purifying power was far inferior to Jun Xiaoyao's saint physique blood essence. It couldn't completely purify this blood pool. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook slightly. A drop of saint physique blood essence was refined and dripped into the blood pool. In an instant, the saint body's blood essence, which was glowing with gold, began to thicken in the blood pool. There was a hissing sound. It was the gray fog and curse in the blood pool being eroded by the saint physique blood. The fresh blood in the blood pool gradually turned bright red and was suffused with a rich fluctuation. Just as Queen Medusa was about to collect the ancient blood in the blood pool, the 6 coffins suddenly trembled, and then there was a boom. 6 terrifying demonic shadows appeared. They were 6 Naga corpses that had turned into demonic corpses. Different from the Naga tribe, these 6 Naga corpses all had 8 arms and looked quite ancient and terrifying. It's the 8-armed serpent demon. It's the ancient mutated bloodline of the Naga tribe. Queen Medusa said in shock. The 8-armed serpent demon was a deformed existence of the Naga tribe, but they were very ancient. It was impossible for the current Naga corpses to appear in the bloodline of the Naga tribe. Hiss! The 6-headed, 8-armed serpent demons acted instinctively and pounced on Jun Xiaoyao and the other living creatures. Jun Xiaoyao formed the Kuan Peng fist seal and punched out. The 8-armed serpent demon, which could kill a saint, was blasted back dozens of feet by Jun Xiaoyao. The rest of the 8-armed serpent demons also fought with the people present. Interesting. It seems that these 8-armed serpent demons have also been contaminated by the demonic energy, Jun Xiaoyao thought. As he thought, he attacked. Ah! Another scream came from another place. It was the scream of the Nether Snake General. He was considered the weakest among the 3 generals. Moreover, he was suppressed by the domain of the Temple of Doom, so he couldn't use his combat strength. His body was torn apart by the 8-armed serpent demons. Nether Snake. The Green Snake General's expression changed, and he went to help. In the end, the 6 8-armed serpent demons were killed. The Nether Snake General also fell. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He didn't care. With this ancient blood, the Naga tribe's bloodline could transform, and a large number of experts would emerge to strengthen the power of the monarch court. The death of one Nether Snake General was not a big deal. Jun Xiaoyao went forward, extracted a portion of the ancient blood, and handed it to Yen Rumeng. This. Yen Rumeng hesitated. If I'm not wrong, the origin of this ancient blood is very likely related to the myth emperor. It's enough for you to awaken, Jun Xiaoyao said. Thank you. Yen Rumeng took the ancient blood, glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and smiled sweetly. Yen Rumeng's face was already perfect, and this smile was even more alluring. Jun Xiaoyao also smiled. He understood that Yen Rumeng was considered to be completely loyal to him. If the Sky Dream butterfly could be awakened and fully matured, it would at least be at the level of a quasi-emperor. The remaining ancient blood was kept by Queen Medusa. This pool of ancient blood was enough to make her and the entire Naga tribe's strength change qualitatively. This was also what Jun Xiaoyao wanted to see. He didn't need a weak Naga tribe, but a Naga tribe with many experts. This shouldn't be all the opportunities. Let's continue, Jun Xiaoyao said. Ever since she obtained the ancient blood, Queen Medusa had followed Jun Xiaoyao's lead. Everyone continued to go deeper. After walking for a long time, in front of them, another bronze door appeared. There was an ancient god engraved on the door and a mighty river. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped and whispered, "There's a curse array." Queen Medusa and the others sensed and found that there were chessboard-like black blood array patterns on the ground in front of the bronze door. The runes in different grids were different. What should we do? Queen Medusa didn't know what to do. There may be a life gate here. We can try that path. Jun Xiaoyao pointed to a rune in the black blood array pattern. Queen Medusa turned to the Thunder Snake General and said, "Go and try." The Thunder Snake General's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't want to try, he still went forward because of Queen Medusa's order. As soon as he stepped on the rune, a strange gray fog rose and wrapped around the Thunder Snake General. His expression changed drastically as he felt his body being corroded. "Sigh, it seems like I was wrong." Jun Xiaoyao sighed. "Kid, the Thunder Snake General's eyes bulged as he stared at Jun Xiaoyao. In the last moment of his life, he saw Jun Xiaoyao's lips curl into a smile. That smile was playful and disdainful. "Kid, how dare you trick me?" The Thunder Snake General's words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. His body collapsed inch by inch and turned into black ashes. Chapter 639. Seeing General Thunder Snake turn into ashes, General Green Snake's expression changed. In the blink of an eye, she was the only one left among the 4 generals of the Snake Men. Queen Medusa also sighed and didn't say anything. "General Thunder Snake, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your resentment towards Master." Queen Medusa sighed. How could she not see that General Thunder Snake was extremely unwilling to submit to Jun Xiaoyao? Now, Jun Xiaoyao was the only savior of the Snake Men, and he also helped to purify the ancient blood. Queen Medusa had completely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao, both physically and mentally. General Thunder Snake was an unstable seed. If he acted impulsively and attacked Jun Xiaoyao, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jun Xiaoyao was, in fact, giving Queen Medusa a chance to show her loyalty to him. If she was willing to let General Thunder Snake die, it would be enough to show her loyalty to Jun Xiaoyao. It was clear that Queen Medusa had made the right choice. From this, one could see her ruthless and decisive side. This son of God has never liked to leave behind hidden dangers. If you dare to hold a grudge against me, then you can only die. Jun Xiaoyao sneered in his heart. Actually, under the suppression of this domain, he could also directly kill General Thunder Snake. But he had just subdued the Snake Men, and it was a bit inappropriate to kill a general of the Snake Men. Therefore, he gave the choice to Queen Medusa and also tested her loyalty at the same time. In the end, Queen Medusa didn't disappoint him. "Bai Ling, go and try," Jun Xiaoyao said again. Young master." Bai Ling's body trembled slightly. She must have been scared when she saw the tragic death of the Thunder Snake General. "Master, this..." Queen Medusa's expression changed. Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't want Bai Ling to die too, right? Don't worry, don't you trust me? Jun Xiaoyao said. Bai Ling trusts you. Bai Ling nodded slightly, gathered her courage, and stepped in. A strange scene happened. As soon as Bai Ling stepped in, the formation actually began to collapse on its own. As expected, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Bai Ling was formed from a drop of ancient blood in the Temple of Doom. She wasn't affected and could even break the formation. After the formation was removed, everyone pushed open the bronze door and entered. Looking around, the interior was extremely spacious, and there was an ancient pyramid-like building in the middle. At the top of the building, there was a throne. A figure wearing a dark blue dress made of ice silk and a white jade mask was sitting on it. It felt like it had been silent for thousands of years. A dense black aura was constantly spreading out from her body. The gray fog within the Temple of Doom originated from this place. That's Queen Medusa and the others were stunned. They could feel the terrifying pressure from that figure. Even though many years had passed, that might still cause them to tremble in fear. Sovereign? No, could it be Emperor? Queen Medusa exclaimed. I don't think so. A true emperor, even if silent and fallen, can still suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The pressure can't just be like this. It should be just a contaminated clone. I wonder if there's still a remnant soul? Jun Xiaoyao tried to figure it out. He was now certain that the bloodline of the Nagas definitely came from the emperor. Suddenly, Fairy Maiden Yuan walked to Jun Xiaoyao's side and whispered into his ear, Young Master Jun, can I ask you for a favor? Fairy Maiden Yuan bit her lip slightly with a pitiful look of expectation. She looked beautiful and charming. What is it? Can you give me a drop of sacred body of the ancient's blood? Fairy Maiden Yuan seemed to be a little embarrassed. Her delicate face blushed seductively. Are you trying to squeeze me dry? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. Did she really think that sacred body of the ancient's blood was like cabbage? I would like to, but with your body I can't squeeze you dry even if I die of exhaustion, can I? Fairy Maiden Yuan blinked her watery eyes. Ahem. Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly. This was indeed an irrefutable fact. Are you sure you can get an opportunity? Jun Xiaoyao asked. He had always been a person who didn't do anything without benefits. If there wasn't an opportunity, he would never give Fairy Maiden Yuan the sacred body of the ancient's blood. I'm sure, Fairy Maiden Yuan said confidently. Okay. Jun Xiaoyao didn't waste any time and immediately gave a drop of sacred body of the ancient's blood to Fairy Maiden Yuan. Fairy Maiden Yuan took the drop of blood and then took out something that looked like a jade pendant from her spatial device. There was also a drop of blood in the jade pendant. The drop of blood was as red as an agate. It seemed to be some kind of blood. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. The drop of blood made his sacred body of the ancients' blood feel threatened. What kind of blood is that? Jun Xiaoyao was secretly puzzled. Then Fairy Maiden Yuan stepped onto the pyramid. Suddenly, the silent figure seemed to tremble. Rolling black fog surged out. Seeing this, Fairy Maiden Yuan took out the drop of sacred body of the ancient's blood and dropped it on the figure. Then, she inserted the jade pendant into the figure's body. Suddenly, a lot of black fog surged out of the figure's body. However, when it came into contact with the sacred body of the ancient's blood, it emitted white smoke. When the jade pendant was inserted into the figure, time and space in the entire temple seemed to freeze. Immediately after, a surge of supreme soul power erupted. That was the remnant soul of that figure that had been contaminated. In an instant, everyone seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. Many scenes appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. A woman of unparalleled beauty came out of Luo Shui and was worshipped by all the ancestors of the Naga tribe. Then the beautiful figure went to a wild, ancient, and mysterious place. It didn't seem to be in the 9 heavens immortal realm. The wisp of black fog descended on the great emperor, swallowing and eroding everything. The woman of unparalleled beauty was also contaminated and erupted with monarch-level strength. Then the scene blurred, leaving only a clone and a remnant soul that returned to the ancestral planet of the Naga tribe, in the ancestral temple. Then the rolling black fog erupted and drowned the ancestral temple. All the top powerhouses of the Naga tribe had their blood contaminated. They fought each other crazily and died. Jun Xiaoyao immediately understood what was going on as the scenes flashed through his mind. In this temple, the so-called mythical emperor should be related to this peerless woman. The mythical emperor, the goddess of Luo Shui, Mi Fei. As for the existence related to immortals, Jun Xiaoyao thought it was very likely to be related to the legendary goddess of creation, Nuwa. Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect that he would be able to come into contact with such a secret here. It was obvious that the mythical emperor, Mi Fei, originated from the bloodline inheritance of Nuwa. The gods worshipped by the Naga tribe were Nuwa and Mi Fei. Jun Xiaorao also saw Tian Yuan standing in front of Mi Fei's clone as if she was receiving some kind of succession. What exactly is Tian Yuan's background? How did she receive the succession of Mi Fei and Nuwa? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. At that moment, a shadow of unparalleled elegance suddenly appeared behind Jun Xiaoyao. A sigh was heard. I think I saw a woman in white with her back facing the world, suppressing the source of darkness. She was alone, dominating the world. The voice was like the sound of nature. Jun Xiaoyao's figure shuddered. It was the same sentence again. Yuan Tian Supreme's fragmented soul had said the same thing at the supreme treasure of Yuan Tian. A woman in white with her back facing the world, suppressing the darkness and dominating the world. Who was she? Chapter 640. Jun Xiaoyao had never thought of himself as a person who was willing to sacrifice. Everything he did was to allow himself to reach the peak, to look down on the past and present, and to overlook the ages. In his opinion, the idea of saving the world was somewhat naive. Jun Xiaoyao did not think that he would be the one dressed in white who turned his back on the world and suppressed the source of darkness. Of course, if Jun Xiaoyao had the strength to spare to save the world, it was not impossible for him to do so under the premise that he did not endanger himself. Jun Xiaoyao admired those who sacrificed themselves for the sake of the world, but he was not that kind of person. Jun Xiaoyao thought about this and turned around. The hazy figure was just a remnant soul. She was tall and slender, with a graceful figure that was as soft as water. Although she wore a white jade mask on her face, one could imagine that she must have been a stunning existence. "Senior, you still have a remnant soul left," Jun Xiaoyao said. Even in the face of the mythical emperor, Jun Xiaoyao's tone was still indifferent. "You are from that clan," Mi Fei's remnant soul said. "Oh, do you know them, senior?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "That clan has stood in the mystic realm for countless eras. Even the dark turmoil and the foreign wars could not make them fall. There are still several members of your clan who are fighting to suppress the turmoil," Mi Fei said with a sigh. Obviously, even the mythical emperor was full of admiration for the Jun family. It was definitely the most ancient force in the mystic realm and the most untouchable. I never thought that I would be able to see someone who broke the 10 shackles and had the sacred body of the ancients in my lifetime. You may be the biggest anomaly in this chaotic world." Mi Fei's tone was deep and meaningful. Jun Xiaoyao took note of the words, "as long as I live." "Senior, you still exist somewhere?" Jun Xiaoyao asked curiously. "If you continue to grow, you may see me at the source one day." Mi Fei murmured. "The source? Where is that?" Jun Xiaoyao had another mystery in his heart. Mi Fei did not answer. Instead, she said, "Good karma leads to good karma. Perhaps there is something you need beneath the throne. I only hope that in the future you will have the ability to find me at the source and fight the great tribulation together." Mi Fei's voice echoed with an ethereal aura. The source the great tribulation of the epoch. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. He realized that he seemed to have come into contact with something on a deeper level. It was related to this glorious and chaotic great world. By the way, that companion of mine was actually able to obtain your legacy. Jun Xiaoyao voiced his doubts. Mi Fei took a deep look at Fairy Maiden Yuan, who was digesting the inheritance, and shook her head. She's just a pitiful person. What do you mean? Jun Xiaoyao was confused. How could he become a pitiful person after obtaining the inheritance of the mythic emperor? Mi Fei didn't explain. She seemed to be looking into the distance and muttered to herself, I can feel that this noble one is facing something very terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. She was really a riddler. Could she make herself clear? What was the point of being so secretive? But then Mi Fei's remnant soul turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Everyone in the temple came back to their senses at the same time. Could it be that those scenes are what the ancestors of my snake people tribe experienced? Queen Medusa also saw the scenes from before. The gods of the Serpent Men tribe were tainted with strange and ominous things and returned. The strange gray fog spread throughout the Serpent Men tribe. The Serpent Men experts fell into a frenzy and killed each other. Almost all of them died. The Snake People tribe had also fallen from its peak to its current state. I didn't expect the Serpent Men tribe to have such a past. Green Snake General also found it unbelievable. They only saw the Serpent Men tribe's distant past. They did not hear the conversation between Jun Xiaoyao and Mi Fei's remnant soul. Mi Fei gave too much information. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't digest it all in a short time. But now, what he cared about most was the greatest opportunity in the Temple of Doom. Is it under the throne? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself as he stepped onto the pyramid. Fairy Yuan was still there with her eyes closed, receiving Mi Fei's inheritance. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Fairy Yuan. With her eyes closed, Fairy Yuan's face, which was as pretty as a fairy's, appeared tranquil and beautiful. Why did Mi Fei say she was a pitiful person? What was her identity? How did she receive Mi Fei's inheritance? Who exactly did the drop of blood in the jade pendant she threw out belong to? Where did it come from? Jun Xiaoyao took a long look at him before turning his eyes away. Under the throne, Jun Xiaoyao found an old box. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't open the box immediately. Queen Medusa and the others saw this and knew that the greatest opportunity in the Temple of Doom might be in the old box. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao put away the old box, Queen Medusa and the others didn't have any intention of refuting. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancient's blood essence, they wouldn't have been able to enter the Temple of Doom so smoothly. It was even more impossible for Queen Medusa to get the ancient blood that could transform the Serpent Men. They were already satisfied. However, just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to put away the old box, all of a sudden, shadows darted toward Jun Xiaoyao like phantoms, and at the same time they used their ultimate killing moves. Shadow Blade, Heart Destruction Palm, Sorcerer Curse, Demon Owl Stab. Any one of the 4 ultimate moves could kill an ordinary saint. Not to mention that they were all assassination moves at the same time. This scene could be said to have caused Queen Medusa and the others to be unable to react in time. Jun Xiaoyao, who was surrounded by the 4 ultimate assassination moves, looked normal. I, the Son of God, was wondering how long you could hold it in. Now that the treasure has appeared, you finally can't help but let the cat out of the bag. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, and at the same time, a wave of mana immunity spread out. The translucent, grayish-black shadow blade dissipated into the void. Don't be affected by him. Kill him, one of the black-clothed men said. The other 3 men strengthened their moves again and went for the kill. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his finger and slashed out the sword chant of the immortal slayer, which collided with the heart destruction palm. Then, A divine chain of order appeared between his eyebrows and turned into a golden short sword. It was the primitive emperor sword. The primitive emperor sword collided with the demon owl's stab, and thousands of ripples burst out. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao's whole body surged with golden light as he directly resisted the sorcerer curse. The strange sorcerer curse that could instantly turn a saint into black pus and blood did not affect Jun Xiaoyao at all. His sacred body of the ancients was immune to many strange energies. Boom! In just a breath's time, the ultimate attack of the 4 ultimate assassins was easily neutralized by Jun Xiaoyao. 4 figures floated in the void. All 4 of them wore black robes and exuded a strange and cold aura. There was also a faint smell of blood. Clearly, the hands of these people were stained with countless lives. It's the 13 bandits of Emperor Road. Yen Rameng, Tying Jadehair, and the others could not help but exclaim. Even they had heard of the 13 bandits of Emperor Road. They robbed and assassinated sky prides everywhere. They also robbed sky prides of their physiques and bloodline origin. The immortal Slayer Bandit, who ranked first among the 13 bandits, was an extremely mysterious existence that made all the outlawed sky prides wary. Chapter 641. You've already sensed our presence, one of the 4 great bandits, the Shadow Demon Bandit, said coldly. He was the one who was keeping an eye on Jun Xiaoyao's movements in Shangqiu Ancient City. The concealment technique that you think you're good at is only child's play of hide and seek in my eyes. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head with a smile. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was extremely powerful. His divine sense was far sharper than ordinary people too. Jun Xiaoyao had already sensed the Shadow Demon Bandit's presence when he was still in Shangqiu Ancient City. However, in his eyes, the Shadow Demon Bandit was only a rat in the gutter that was not worth mentioning. As such, he had never bothered with them. Now that the 4 great bandits had made their move, Jun Xiaoyao had no choice but to take them out. How dare you attack young Master Dai? Queen Medusa, General Blue Snake, and the others made their moves. You can only utilize the strength of a sacred realm cultivator here. One of the 4 great bandits, the heart-crushing bandit, said coldly. He and the other great bandit, the Heavenly Witch Bandit, fended off Queen Medusa and the others. The Shadow Demon Bandit and the Demon Bandit charged at Jun Xiaoyao. Shadow Demon descends. Demon Bandit's clone. The 2 were very decisive too. They knew Jun Xiaoyao was not an easy opponent to deal with. Thus they immediately executed their strongest moves. The rift was torn apart as a terrifying shadow demon that seemed to have descended from a different dimension appeared. It was half illusionary with a chaotic aura. A huge pitch-black bird appeared behind the demon bandit with a chaotic, demonic intent. Jun Xiaoyao sharply noticed that the source of the bandit's strength was not compatible with the 9 heavens' immortal realm. It felt like they did not share the same origin. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with astonishment as he thought of a possibility. He activated the supreme being bone in his chest. Boundless, heavenly power surged out, causing the sky to tremble. Vaguely, an incomparably vast palm pressed down like a 5-finger mountain. The giant hand was covered in ancient runes with a great power that could kill all living things. It was the hand of heaven. Boom! The hand of heaven smashed the shadow demon and the pitch-black demon owl into pieces. Shadow Fiend Bandit and Devil Owl Bandit retreated at the same time, spitting out blood from their mouths. They looked at each other and took out many divine weapons. Explode! Among these divine weapons, there were even supreme weapons. These were the spoils of war they looted after robbing many heaven's favorites. Now, he did not feel any heartache at all, directly causing it to explode. The explosion of a supreme artifact was so powerful that even a saint could be killed by it if he was not careful. Boom! 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 The entire temple was shaking. If not for the special domain suppressing the area, the entire Temple of Doom would have collapsed from the explosion. Is he dead? The Shadow Demon Bandit asked with lingering fear. Suddenly, A sword finger pointed out from the smoke. Pucci! Blood splattered across the sky. The Shadow Fiend Bandit's forehead was pierced, and his Yuan spirit was shattered. Oh no! Demon Bandit felt a chill in his heart and quickly retreated. Jun Xiaoyao's figure was revealed. He was clean and unharmed, and his clothes were not even wrinkled. With Jun Xiaoyao's incredible physical body, even the explosion of a supreme artifact could not hurt him at all. Jun Xiaoyao reached out his hand, and the law turned into a giant palm, grabbing Demon Bandit. However, he did not kill Demon Bandit immediately. On the other side, the Heart Destroyer Bandit and the Heavenly Witch Bandit were also suppressed by Queen Medusa and the Green Snake General. Master, what should we do with these people? Queen Medusa asked. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the 3 subdued bandits and said, "You've been eyeing the Son of God since the beginning. What are you up to?" Demon Bandit and the others snorted and did not say anything. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind. He smiled faintly and said, "Is it because of my sacred body of the ancients and bones of supremacy? The leader of the 13 bandits, the mysterious immortal bandit, is collecting all kinds of bloodlines. What is his purpose?" Demon Bandit snorted and said, "We've been defeated by you today, but you should know that the 4 of us are the weakest among the 13 bandits. The other 9 are all stronger than us, not to mention the top few bandits, who are more than enough to deal with you. If our leader, the immortal bandit, attacks, even the son of God of the Jun family will have to bleed." Jun Xiaoyao chuckled and said, "It's okay. When the time comes, the Son of God will send all the 13 bandits to hell together. But before that, I have another thing that interests me. Where did you come from?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon Bandit and the other 2's expressions changed slightly. What do you mean by that?" Demon Bandit's eyes flickered with panic. "Are you still trying to act dumb at a time like this? If I'm not mistaken, you must be from a foreign realm, right?" "What? The 13 bandits are from a foreign realm?" Yen Rameng, Tying Jade Hair, and the others widened their eyes in surprise. The foreign realm had always been on the opposite side of the 9 heavens immortal realm. The invasions of the foreign realm in history were wars that could change the history of the world. Every war would shatter the heavens and the earth, shatter the universe and shake eras. And now, the creatures of the foreign realm had infiltrated the ancient path. It was completely out of their expectations. After all, the foreign realm had been quiet for a long time. The people of the 9 heavens immortal realm had become careless. If the news was made public, it would surely cause a great uproar. "You!" Demon Bandit and the others panicked. They had always killed the geniuses with a single blow. They never had the chance to expose their identities. But now they were caught red-handed by Jun Xiaoyao. "What kind of background do you have? What kind of organization is behind you?" Jun Xiaoyao asked calmly. "Just give up. We won't say anything," the demonic thief shouted. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything and slapped him. Uft! Demon Bandit was smashed into a bloody pulp. Demon Bandit and Heart Destroyer Bandit's faces were pale. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand again and killed Heart Destroyer Bandit. Blood splattered on Demon Bandit's body, making him feel like his mind was about to collapse. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. He activated the primal chaos divine grindstone again and crushed it. This kind of crushing and torturing of the soul was not something an ordinary person could endure. After being tortured, the Sky Witch Bandit finally spilled some secret information. The 13 bandits lurked in the ancient path of the 9 heavens immortal realm. One of their goals was to spy on the strength of the younger generation of the 9 heavens immortal realm. It could be seen that the foreign realm, which had been quiet for many years, was ready to make a move. The shadow of war was added to this world of great battles. Besides, another piece of news made Jun Xiaoyao raise his eyebrows. He learned from Demon Bandit that their boss, the leader of the 13 bandits, the immortal Slaying Bandit, was destined to kill him. I see. I understand now. Looks like the first of the 7 defiant emperors has appeared. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Chapter 642. It had been quite some time since Jun Xiaoyao set foot on the ultimate ancient road. However, he had yet to stumble into the 7 defiant emperors. Jun Xiaoyao did not think the will of the immortal realm was merciful enough to forgive him. However, it was said that the 7 emperors were hidden in the shadows and did not reveal themselves. They would show up one by one on the ultimate ancient road to deal a fatal blow to Jun Xiaoyao. Now, the strongest of the 7 defiant emperors had finally shown himself. The problem isn't the enemies on the surface, but the rats hiding in the dark. It's easier now that I know their identities, Jun Xiaoyao said confidently. Once he caught the 7 defiant emperors one by one, he would be able to torture them to death. In addition to it, the heavenly witch Robber also revealed that the 13 great bandits were backed by a faction called the Permitha Organization. Jun Xiaoyao was sure that there was no immortal faction called the Permitha Organization in the 9 heavens immortal realm. In other words, the organization was most likely from a foreign realm. The heavenly witch Robber had no idea what they were up to. He was ranked the lowest among the 13 great bandits, so he did not have access to any useful information. If he wanted to learn more, he would have to catch the great bandits who were ranked higher, or he would have to take down the immortal execution bandit who was ranked first. It seems like I have something else to do, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. The 13 great bandits might be well hidden, but there were still traces left behind. Besides, Jun Xiaoyao still had Fairy Yuan by his side. The goddess mill behind her was not only a brothel, it was also a reputable intelligence organization in the immortal realm. With their strength, they might be able to find some clues about the 13 bandits. Having this thought, Jun Xiaoyao killed the heavenly witch Robber and looked at Fairy Yuan. Fairy Yuan's delicate body suddenly trembled, and her tightly shut, beautiful eyes finally opened. A wisp of light was circulating on her forehead as her eyes emitted a brilliant glow. Although Fairy Yuan's cultivation realm didn't have any obvious increase. However, Jun Xiaoyao could sense that Fairy Yuan had undergone some changes. The heavenly maiden Yuan from before was like a fairy that had accidentally fallen into the mortal world. And now this immortal had awakened. Where did she come from? Who did the drop of blood in the jade pendant belong to? Why did Mi Fei say that she was a pitiful person? Jun Xiaoyao was still puzzled. As if sensing Jun Xiaoyao's attention, Fairy Maiden Yuan turned her gaze over, her eyes rippling like water. With her hands clasped behind her back, she walked over to Jun Xiaoyao with a joyful expression on her face. It was obvious that she had gained something. She leaned closer to Jun Xiaoyao. Her flawless and exquisite face was as delicate and lustrous as white porcelain. That pair of eyes that were as clear as gemstones stared fixedly at Jun Xiaoyao as she exhaled and said, "Young Master Jun, your humble servant thanks you very much." After she finished speaking, her cherry lips pecked Jun Xiaoyao's cheek like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. It was better to say that he was used to being harassed, but he could feel that Fairy Maiden Yuan's words were sincere, and not like before wearing a mask. When Yen Rumeng saw this scene, she felt a little sour in her heart. When Queen Medusa saw this, she also felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any reaction, Fairy Maiden Yuan also muttered in a low voice that he didn't know how to appreciate the situation. Then she smiled and asked, "Young Master Jun, aren't you curious about what inheritance I have obtained?" "That's your business. What does it have to do with me?" Jun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. Even if Fairy Maiden Yuan had obtained the inheritance of Mi Fei or Niwa, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, she wasn't much of a threat. "All right, this matter is over. Let's leave first," Jun Xiaoyao said. Everyone nodded slightly. This time it could be considered a success. As for the dead Thunder Snake General and Hell Snake General, only Green Snake General would sigh in his heart. Everyone left the Temple of Doom. When they came out, they realized that the gray fog had thinned a little. Perhaps in the future, the Temple of Doom could be restored to its original state. When they saw Jun Xiaoyao, Queen Medusa, and the others walk out of the Temple of Doom, all the serpent men outside heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. Everyone, although Thunder Snake General and Hell Snake General have fallen, the serpent men, under young Master Jun's leadership, will be even more glorious and prosperous. Queen Medusa began to brainwash them. She also told them about how Jun Xiaoyao had donated his blood essence to purify the serpent men's ancient blood in the Temple of Doom. After hearing this, the serpent men, who had resisted Jun Xiaoyao, had a 360-degree change in their view of Jun Xiaoyao. "Thank you, Son of God, for your kindness to the serpent men." Some elders of the serpent men clasped their hands and bowed. Many serpent men followed suit, but there were still some serpent men who rejected outsiders and found it difficult to speak. But at this moment, a terrifying spatial vortex appeared in the sky above the ancient heavenly underworld star. A spatial gate appeared out of thin air. "Oh no! Is it the executor of the ancient road?" Queen Medusa's face changed. She had already removed the sealing formation, and the other human prodigies had fled for their lives. The commotion in this star field must have alarmed the executor of the ancient road. The executor's arrival in the form of a spatial gate was enough to show his anxiety and anger. Before he even came out of the spatial door, a thunderous roar that shook the heavens rang out. "Serpent men, how dare you hunt the prodigies of the ancient road? Today, I will completely annihilate your race." As the voice fell, a terrifying figure in golden armor stepped out of the spatial gate. He looked like a god of punishment. As he stepped out, a vast supreme aura covered the entire ancient heavenly underworld star. The earth began to tremble and cracks spread. All of the serpent men were trembling under the might of this supreme being. Many of the serpent men were crushed to the ground, their liver and gallbladder shattered. "Mother, I'm scared." Bai Ling also burrowed her head into Queen Medusa's embrace, her delicate body trembling. "Humph, now you're scared. How dare you hunt the prodigies of the ancient road?" The executor of the ancient road stepped forward like thunder. Even the strongest of the serpent people, Queen Medusa, felt as if she was about to suffocate when she sensed this terrifying utmost exalted might. She couldn't help but look pleadingly at Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, the cold and domineering Queen Medusa seemed to have become a woman looking for someone to rely on. Even as the atmosphere turned somber, a calm voice was heard all of a sudden. "Executor of the ancient road, why are you so angry? It's just a few insignificant ants that died. Who dares to speak nonsense?" The executor of the ancient road frowned. However, when he looked in the direction of the voice and saw the white-robed, peerless figure, his expression changed. His expression froze at first, then his eyes widened slightly, revealing a look of bewilderment. After carefully inspecting for a moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air and felt his bones go numb. He quickly retracted his supreme aura and appeared in front of the white-robed figure. Clasping his hands, he smiled and said, "So it's the son of God of the Jun family. I hope you don't take offense, son of God." A moment ago, the executor of the ancient road had been about to destroy the entire planet. Now he was just an ordinary middle-aged man with a smile on his face. All of the serpent men were stunned. Queen Medusa was also very surprised. Her bright red lips were wide open. She remembered what Jun Xiaoyao had said before. Even the executor of the ancient road, who could destroy the serpent men with a wave of his hand, had to bow his head in front of him. At this moment it was reality. What was monstrous power? This was monstrous power. Chapter 643. Anyone who could be considered a taboo on the ancient road had to have a powerful background. Those who were talented and strong, but didn't have a powerful background, could only be called dark horses. Not even the executors of the ancient road would dare to offend someone like Jun Xiaoyao, who who was a freakishly talented genius with a powerful background. After all, in the face of the June clan, a paragon wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir. Besides, the executors of the ancient road knew that there were some old freaks from the June clan at the end of the ancient road. Furthermore, they were from the hidden bloodline. Because of that, the executors of the ancient road didn't dare to offend Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, the executors of the ancient road were paragons, so there was no need for them to bow and scrape. However, their attitude was very calm, and they didn't put on any airs of a paragon. "Don't worry about it," Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. "You're just doing your job impartially. The ancient road needs people like you to maintain its stability." Face was a matter of mutual respect. After all, the executors of the ancient road was a paragon, and Jun Xiaoyao wasn't going to rely on his background to act so arrogantly. In response, the executors of the ancient road's smile grew even wider, and they found Jun Xiaoyao even more pleasing to the eye. Looking around, he said, "Son of God, the situation here." "It's nothing," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Just a small accident. The snake men have already pledged allegiance to the imperial court, so they won't do anything to harm any of the chosen from the ancient road." "I see," the executors of the ancient road said with a smile. "Since you have the Son of God to vouch for you, then everything will be fine." Jun Xiaoyao's words indicated that the snake men were now his subordinates. The executors of the ancient road didn't want to make things difficult for themselves. "Many thanks," Jun Xiaoyao said, clasping hands. "You're welcome," the executors of the ancient road said, smiling. Perhaps this good karma would be repaid in the future. Furthermore, he hadn't paid a price for it. The ones who had died were just some insignificant chosen. However, when he heard that Jun Xiaoyao had killed Mo Jinyu of the Holy Spirit Island and Shang Hongyi of the Holy Orchid Cult, he was shocked. The executors of the ancient roads' eyes shone with astonishment. After that, the ancient law enforcer left with a smile. Only when the spatial gate above the starry sky had completely disappeared did all the serpentmen beings heave a sigh of relief. The way they looked at Jun Xiaoyao changed again. Even the serpentmen who were reluctant to submit to Jun Xiaoyao before had looks of awe in their eyes at the moment. "Thank you, Master. If it wasn't for you—" Queen Medusa stepped forward, and her eyes were filled with reverence and joy. She had indeed chosen the right person. "Young Master, you're too amazing." Bai Ling's eyes were also sparkling. Young girls worshipped great heroes. The current Jun Xiaoyao was undoubtedly the savior of the entire Naga tribe. Mother and daughter looked at Jun Xiaoyao with eyes full of worship. "It's fine. You serpent men can continue to live on the ancient underworld planet for now. After I finish traversing the ancient road, I'll arrange for people to move you to the Emperor's court in the barren heaven immortal domain. During this time, with my name, neither the executors of the ancient road nor the other chosen will do anything to the Naga tribe," Jun Xiaoyao said. When Queen Medusa and the others heard this, they thanked him profusely and felt incomparably grateful. The serpent men were also grateful to Jun Xiaoyao and no longer had any thoughts of resistance. The curtains had been drawn on the ancient underworld planet and the Temple of Doom. After that, Queen Medusa distributed the ancient blood she had obtained from the blood pool in the Temple of Doom to the serpent men. The bloodline of the serpent men was very ancient. However, because of an accident, the serpent men had completely declined. Now the ancient blood could be used to reactivate their bloodline. In a short time, a large number of experts would emerge from the serpent men. Queen Medusa directly gave the most luxurious palace to Jun Xiaoyao. In the spacious and luxurious palace, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged and looked at the ancient box in front of him. It was the thing he had obtained from the throne of the Temple of Doom. Jun Xiaoyao was curious as to what kind of treasures could be found in there. "It's related to the mythical emperors and immortals. It shouldn't be too bad," Jun Xiaoyao murmured as he opened the box. Suddenly, golden light flowed, and the sound of immortals could be heard. A golden legend. Jun Xiaoyao squinted slightly and looked at it. There were a few things inside. The first thing Jun Xiaoyao saw was a golden scroll with golden foil, and the sound of immortals could be heard. Every word in it was like a rotating star, describing the truth of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the universe. It's the Immortal Sutra. While Jun Xiaoyao had expected something like this to happen, he still couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw the scripture for himself. The Jun family must also have the Immortal Sutra. They didn't give it to Jun Xiaoyao before because they were afraid of spoiling it. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was still too young. Even some incomplete Immortal Sutras were enough for some Supreme Being experts to study for countless years. Jun Xiaoyao himself, on the other hand, had just gotten his hands on an incredibly precious scroll of mystical scriptures. Most importantly, this was the complete version of the Immortal Sutra, not the incomplete Immortal Sutra that only had a few pages left. After a rough look, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes surged with a bright light. The Immortal Sutra of Creation, is it really related to the legendary goddess of creation, Nuwa? Jun Xiaoyao thought, Mi Fei should have the bloodline of Nuwa, and she was also at the mythical emperor level. If Nuwa existed, she might not just be a mythical emperor. It was possible that she was the legendary immortal mortal. The Immortal Sutra of Creation, mastering the way of creation, shaping the world, and giving birth to the four poles. When cultivated to the extreme, it can even create living beings. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were very bright. This didn't just mean that Jun Xiaoyao had the opportunity to break the 9 poles and cultivate the 10th immortal qi of creation. It also meant that the divine origin in his dantian had the opportunity to transform, because in Jun Xiaoyao's imagination, the divine origin in his body was like the singularity of the universe, just a beginning. In the future, Jun Xiaoyao would use the divine origin as the foundation to derive his own world and his own great path. The way of creation would undoubtedly be of great help to Jun Xiaoyao in deriving a world. This Immortal Sutra of Creation came at the right time. If I completely master the way of creation, the divine origin in my body will undergo a huge change. In the future, I can derive a world and raise gods and demons in captivity, or create billions of living beings, gather the power of faith, and create an immortal divine kingdom. In an instant, thousands of ideas flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind. It could be said that the value of the Immortal Sutra of Creation to Jun Xiaoyao was not as simple as an Immortal Sutra. It was also an important means of deriving the great path of origin. Its importance was no less than the 3 Lives Immortal Sutra. Next, Jun Xiaoyao looked at the second item in the ancient box. It was an ancient artifact in the shape of a jade disc. It looked very ancient. Jun Xiaoyao took a closer look and saw that there were 2 extremely ancient words engraved on the jade disc. Chapter 644. Creation. Jun Xiaoyao murmured softly. It was a treasure shaped like a jade disc with the word creation engraved on it. He could not help but think of a supreme treasure, the creation jade disc. In addition to the word creation engraved on the jade disc, there were also engravings of mountains, rivers, seas, sun, moon, stars, grass, trees, insects, and fish. It was as if thousands of living beings were engraved on it, operating creation, and there was a faint flow of qi. Obviously, this was a supreme treasure that was extremely helpful for comprehending the Immortal Sutra of Creation. There is immortal qi flowing on this creation jade disc. Could it be an immortal artifact, but it feels incomplete? Jun Xiaoyao picked up the creation jade disc and pondered in his heart. Immortal artifacts were existences above emperor weapons, and there were not many of them since ancient times. If emperor weapons could suppress the fate of an immortal force, then immortal artifacts could suppress the fate of an immortal domain, or even a world. Awesome literature website. Although Jun Xiaoyao did not think that his luck was bad, he did not think that he could randomly pick up an immortal artifact. Moreover, if it was really an immortal artifact, Mi Fei would have taken it to suppress the darkness and would not have left it here. Could it be that this creation jade disc is an imitation of an immortal artifact? Or is it just a part of an immortal artifact? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Although Jun Xiaoyao did not know the details of the creation jade disc for the time being, Jun Xiaoyao already understood its purpose. Obviously, compared to using the creation jade disc as an offensive weapon, its greater use was to assist in comprehending the immortal sutra of creation, and to be used as a cornerstone for the derivation of a world. If Jun Xiaoyao expanded the divine origin in his body in the future, he could place the creation jade disc in his world, stabilize the expansion of the world, and become the strongest cornerstone. The immortal sutra of creation and the creation jade disc complement each other. Not only can it help me break through the limit and cultivate the 10th strand of immortal qi, but it can also let me control the Tao of creation of the world and expand the divine origin in my body. Jun Xiaoyao was a little excited, which was rare. Although this was not an increase in cultivation level, it was much more important to Jun Xiaoyao than a mere increase in cultivation level. Right now, he could kill half-step great saints. If Jun Xiaoyao cultivated the 10th strand of immortal qi, the divine origin in his body would expand and give birth to a world. Perhaps he could even kill a true great sage. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Jun Xiaoyao continued to look at the last item in the box. It was also a scripture, but not an immortal scripture. It was engraved with the image of a god with a human head and a snake body mending the sky. It's a cultivation method suitable for the serpent men. It seems that Mi Fei has left a path for the serpent men to rise again. Jun Xiaoyao didn't need this cultivation technique. Medusa! Jun Xiaoyao called out casually. Master! Outside the palace, Queen Medusa swayed her slender waist as she happily arrived. Who would have thought that this vicious beauty, who was as fierce as she was beautiful, would really be like a maid at this moment, guarding the entrance of the palace and listening to Jun Xiaoyao's instructions? Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, Queen Medusa's cold and beautiful face revealed a rare hint of uneasiness. Master won't really want me to do that, right? Queen Medusa was a little nervous. She had been focusing all her energy on revitalizing the Serpent Men tribe. She had no time to think about the matters between men and women. Moreover, she had used the blood origin life creation technique to create a daughter. Thus, there was even less need to think about partners. So up until now, the only person who had come close to her body was Jun Xiaoyao. She was very nervous. If Jun Xiaoyao really wanted her to be a bed-warming maid, what should she do? Jun Xiaoyao did not notice the nervousness in Queen Medusa's eyes and directly handed the cultivation technique to her. The Serpent Men tribe can cultivate this cultivation technique. Together with the ancient blood, the Serpent Men tribe will rise rapidly in a short time. Jun Xiaoyao said. Queen Medusa was stunned at first, but after receiving the cultivation technique, her beautiful eyes shone brightly. This cultivation technique was very suitable for the Serpent Men tribe. Many thanks, Master. Queen Medusa bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. She was truly grateful for what Jun Xiaoyao had done for her. Jun Xiaoyao had purified the Serpent Men's ancient blood and saved them from being exterminated by the executors of the ancient road. Now he had given the Serpent Men this cultivation technique. Jun Xiaoyao's kindness to the Serpent Men tribe could not be repaid in 10,000 lifetimes. The Serpent Men tribe will forever be loyal to Master. If we disobey, may the heavens strike us with lightning and exterminate us. Queen Medusa swore. This also represented her determination. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. There was no need to doubt the Serpent Men's loyalty. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, Very good. You can go now. However, Queen Medusa still did not move and maintained her kneeling posture. Because of the angle, Queen Medusa's breasts were exceptionally white and the curve was too exaggerated. You. Jun Xiaoyao said. Queen Medusa's charming face blushed slightly and said, Didn't Master say that he wants you to warm his bed? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, Queen Medusa was slightly shy and lowered her head without saying a word. "It's just a joke. You can go now." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. He was not Su Xian and did not have the same preferences as the serpent men, although Queen Medusa's body was indeed very intimate. A hint of disappointment flashed in Queen Medusa's eyes, but she could only nod slightly and leave. Next, Jun Xiaoyao planned to stay in the ancient underworld star and comprehend the immortal Sutra of Fortune. He had to cultivate the immortal Qi of Fortune. It would be even better if he could expand the divine origin in his body. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to cultivate in seclusion, the Tying Jade Hair came. "Young master, Heavenly Maiden Yuan is looking for you." "Oh." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He got up and went to find Heavenly Maiden Yuan. Jun Xiaoyao came to a cliff where he could see the starry sky. A girl in a light blue gauze dress stood on the peak of the mountain against the wind. A gust of wind blew past, blowing up her hair. As if sensing Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps, the girl looked back and smiled. He had to admit that the girl was very beautiful at this moment. It reminded Jun Xiaoyao of a poem. He could not help but murmur, "There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. A glance at a city, another glance at a country." As soon as the words fell, Heavenly Maiden Yuan was slightly startled at first, but then a beautiful smile appeared on her delicate face with a touch of crimson. "Young master, are you praising me with this poem? You'll make me proud." "What do you want from me?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "I want to go back to the goddess mill and get the position of successor owner," Heavenly Maiden Yuan said. "That's a good thing." "Congratulations," Jun Xiaoyao said. Heavenly Maiden Yuan now had no competitors, so it was natural for her to get the position of successor owner of the goddess mill. And this was also good for Jun Xiaoyao. In the future, he could also use the power of Heavenly Maiden Yuan and the goddess mill to investigate information about the 13 thieves. Little did he know that Heavenly Maiden Yuan, who heard this, lowered her eyebrows, and there was no joy on her face. "In that case, I will have to leave young master's side. How is that a good thing?" The girl's tone was full of resentment and coquettishness, which was very touching. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything. When Heavenly Maiden Yuan saw this, a trace of undetectable sadness flashed in her eyes, and then a smile appeared on her face. "I'm going to leave. Young master, are you not sad at all?" "No," Jun Xiaoyao said without hesitation. "So heartless," Heavenly Maiden Yuan said coquettishly. Then she fixed her eyes on Jun Xiaoyao, and her tone suddenly became as gentle as water. "Young master, before I leave, let me dance for you one more time." After that, without waiting for Jun Xiaoyao to answer, Heavenly Maiden Yuan stretched out her soft and beautiful limbs and began to dance under the starry sky. She was as graceful as a swan, like a swimming dragon. She was like a light cloud covering the moon, and like the wind returning snow. It was a beautiful scene. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly felt that Heavenly Maiden Yuan seemed to want to say something to him, but she couldn't say it. In the end, she could only respond with a dance. "Heavenly Maiden Yuan, what are you hiding?" Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Chapter 645. Under the starry sky, starlight sprinkled down. A young girl danced on the mountain peak, her dress fluttering, her figure gentle and beautiful. She wore a pair of white stockings, and her slender and sparkling legs drew a graceful arc in the air. Fairy Yuan was like a beautiful fairy, dancing under the starry sky. This dance was enough to topple the world. Even Jun Xiaoyao, who was used to seeing fairies, was dazed for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. He was not an ascetic monk. If Fairy Yuan was willing to dance for him, he was also willing to watch. Jun Xiaoyao also noticed it, although it was the same goddess Luo's graceful dance. But this time when Fairy Yuan danced, it was obviously different from before. It carried the radiance of the great Tao. Many runes appeared in the void, mottled with colors. In contrast, Fairy Yuan really looked like the goddess Luo Mi Fei who came out of the water. Looks like it should be, because she received me Fei's inheritance. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. After the dance, a rain of flowers fell from the void. That was the manifestation of the great Tao resonance. Young master, is it beautiful? Fairy Yuan tilted her head slightly and smiled. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao said truthfully. Hearing this, Fairy Yuan's heart was sweet as if she had eaten honey. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Fairy Yuan and suddenly said, "Who are you?" The smile on Fairy Yuan's face slowly faded. Her beautiful eyes were clear and calm. Suddenly she smiled and said, "I'm a fish. Every time I try my best to jump out of the water and become the goddess Luo who came out of the water to control my own destiny. But in the end, I discovered that I'm still the fish that can't jump out of the river. In the end, I can only swim in the river of fate." After saying that, Fairy Yuan seemed to laugh at herself and said, "Look at me! What nonsense am I talking about?" She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with her beautiful eyes and suddenly approached Jun Xiaoyao, stuffing a jade pendant into his hand. "If young Master Jun wants me, just crush this jade pendant, and I'll come back to find you regardless of everything." Her eyes were watery as she looked at Jun Xiaoyao, as if she wanted to engrave his appearance in her heart. Then Fairy Yuan turned to leave. "Wait," Jun Xiaoyao said. Fairy Yuan's delicate body trembled slightly. She looked back, and there was a hint of palpitation in her eyes. "Later, I need your help to find out more about the 13 thieves with the help of the goddess Mill," Jun Xiaoyao said. Fairy Maiden Yuan's eyes dimmed, and a trace of undetectable bitterness appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she smiled and said, "I understand. I will definitely carry out your orders." Even though she knew that Jun Xiaoyao had only treated her as a cooperative partner even now, Fairy Yuan had no regrets, nor did she blame Jun Xiaoyao, because she had also made use of Jun Xiaoyao. However, how Fairy Yuan wished that she and Jun Xiaoyao weren't just using each other. Looking at Fairy Yuan's back as she left, Jun Xiaoyao put his hands behind his back and pondered. A fish that can't swim out of the river of fate. Fairy Yuan, who is the one in charge of your fate? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Outside the heavenly underworld ancient star in the starry sky. Fairy Yuan stood alone on the starry sky, flying ship. She picked up a jade slip, and the jade slip flickered slightly, and a cold female voice came from it. "It seems that you have obtained the inheritance." "Yes, I have obtained the heavenly heart scripture of Empress Hua." Fairy Yuan's face became indifferent and expressionless. "Very good. My sacred body of Empress, what can finally transform completely. When the time comes, the number of people on the entire ancient road who can fight with me will be less than 5. Although this female voice was like the sound of nature, it had a peerless spirit that was not inferior to a man's. She was like a supreme empress who ruled the heavens and the universe. Fairy Yuan remained expressionless as she listened to the woman's words. However, that Jun Xiaoyao is indeed far beyond my expectations. Not only can he kill a half-step great saint, but he can even block 3 moves from a sacred lord. It seems that being cautious is the right thing to do. The woman's tone was grave. "You can't deal with him. Not only you, but even with Gu Tizi and the others, it's impossible," Fairy Yuan said coldly. The female voice in the jade slip was silent for a moment, then said, "Yuan, you know that you can't be tempted because you are my clam person." Fairy Yuan clenched her jade-like hands and said coldly, "I've obtained the heavenly heart scripture of Empress Hua for you. What about the freedom I want? When you become the successor of the goddess Mill, come back. I still need you. Besides, Gu Tizi's patience is limited." Fairy Yuan's delicate figure trembled violently when she heard this, and a wisp of ghastly white appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. "No, impossible." Fairy Yuan's lips were as pale as paper. "Nothing is impossible. By the way, Gu Tizi has sent out the 4 heavenly kings. There's going to be a show to watch. After that, the woman's voice fell silent. Fairy Yuan's delicate body slumped to the ground, and she covered her face with her jade-like hands. Young Master June. Her dance was peerless, but she could only dance in her sad fate. On the ancient underworld planet, June Xiaoyao was immersed in cultivation. For ordinary people, even if they obtained the Immortal Sutra, it would take a long time to comprehend it. However, June Xiaoyao's comprehension was monstrous to the extreme. For him, comprehending the Immortal Sutra would only take a little more time than cultivating the supreme, great technique. In addition, Yen Ruming had also begun to refine the ancient blood. One could imagine that once her Sky Dream butterfly bloodline was completely awakened, her talent and strength would skyrocket. The Naga tribe had also begun to develop steadily, and her bloodline began to transform. The situation had stabilized for the time being. However, news about June Xiaoyao began to spread throughout the ancient road. He killed a half-step great sage and blocked 3 attacks from a sacred leader. Even for outlawed sky prides, this was extremely unbelievable. The Holy Orchid sect Shenghongyi, the Holy Spirit Island Zemo Jinyu, and 4 of the 13 great bandits of the ancient road had all fallen at the hands of June Xiaoyao. These news were equally shocking. Unlike what was expected, the Holy Spirit Island and the Holy Orchid sect did not express any opinions and remained silent, although it was difficult for immortal forces to intervene in the battle of the ancient road. However, one could imagine if June Xiaoyao was a dark horse sky pride without any background. Perhaps in a few days, news would spread that June Xiaoyao had been assassinated somewhere. It could only be said that the June family, the Jiang family, and the imperial court were 3 immortal forces that were extremely intimidating. Of course, news about June Xiaoyao was the only thing that spread throughout the ancient road. There were also news about other super outlawed sky prides. For example, the Archean royalties' Celestial Silkworm Valley had produced a rare 9 transformations, Celestial Silkworm. This celestial silkworm was known as the 9 transformations, Celestial Silkworm, and was invincible. There was also the Sun God Mountain's 10 princes of Jinwu, who was known to be invincible, who had obtained a boundary emperor weapon in a secret place. There were rumors that his next goal was to capture the Moon God Palace's maiden sage, Yu Chanwan, and obtain her Taiyin sacred constitution to cultivate the acquired chaotic constitution. Other than that, the supreme Xianting, Gutizi of the Fuxi immortal lineage, possessed the legendary supreme Fuxi sacred constitution and had even digested the inheritance of an ancient great emperor. There was also the supreme Xianting. The Empress of Empress was immortal lineage. She was also unfathomable and was known to be one of the strongest among the younger generation on the ancient road. Even the 4 minor heavenly kings of the Xianting were top-notch existences among the outlawed sky prides. Each of them could sweep through an entire ancient road and set a terrifying record of killing outlawed sky prides. Some people saw the 4 minor heavenly kings of the Xianting moving together as if to complete some mission. This shocked many sky prides, who could make the 4 minor heavenly kings of the supreme Xianting move together. Chapter 646. June Xiaoyao's temporary closed-door cultivation did not cause the entire ancient road to fall into silence. Instead, it was the rise of various kings and shining stars. There was the invincible overlord of the heavenly tyrant body, the mysterious successor of the immortal sect, Shang Tianyi of the Gulan sect, the son of god of the Qin clan, Qin Wu Dao, and the killer of the Jin dynasty. Each of the super outlawed sky prides carried glory and legends, attracting the attention of everyone. Everyone was curious about who would be the one to reach the end of the ancient road. Of course, apart from these sky prides, those who belonged to June Xiaoyao's side had also made a name for themselves. Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, and the others were already goddess-like figures whose names spread throughout the ancient road. Their beauty and strength were on par with each other, earning the respect and admiration of countless people. There were also sequences like Lord Grimm and Jun Lingsong. If it were not for Jun Xiaoyao, the most outstanding young people of the Jun clan would definitely be them. This was because every generation of the Jun clan sequence was extremely glorious, standing at the peak of their era. However, in this era there was an anomaly, and that was Jun Xiaoyao. His excellence and demonic talent surpassed all the previous Jun clan sky prides. In the past, the appearance of someone as strong as Lord Grimm and Jun Lingsong was enough to suppress the Jun clan's fortune for 10,000 years. However, even these demonic talents seemed a little dim in front of Jun Xiaoyao's brilliance. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao's followers, Yu, Yan Qingying, Wang Chuan, and the others, had also made a name for themselves. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye a year had passed. During this year, Jun Xiaoyao had been in closed-door cultivation on the Tianming ancient star. While the metamorphosis was not a metamorphosis in terms of cultivation level, it was still extremely important to Jun Xiaoyao. It was related to the 10th strand of divine qi and his path. If he succeeded, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation level would not increase, but his strength would definitely skyrocket. During this period of time, many geniuses of the Huangtian mystic realm had already surpassed him and walked ahead of him. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't in a hurry. To him, increasing his strength was much more important than rushing to complete the ancient road. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was in seclusion. Ancient Final Road, 50th checkpoint. Compared to the 108 checkpoints on the ancient road of ultimate destination, the 50th stage was already more than half a century old. It could be considered a watershed. Those who could make it this far were all dragons and phoenixes among men. The 50th stage of the ancient road was also an extremely special location. This stage was not just a life ancient star, but a vast sea of stars. Chaotic astral ocean. That was the name given to the sea of stars by the ancient roads chosen. As the name implied, this starry sea was filled with all kinds of danger and chaos. All sorts of people gathered there. But at the same time, it was also a place to stop in the middle of the ancient road of ultimate. All sorts of monsters and monsters were hiding there. Therefore, the chaotic astral ocean is also the most suitable place to hide. In an asteroid belt in the chaotic astral ocean, there was an incomparably majestic giant city located in it. The city was incomparably desolate and exuded an ancient aura. Starlight sprinkled down and moonlight hung in the sky, making it look majestic and magnificent. This was a rather famous city in the chaotic astral ocean. There were incomplete ancient formation runes carved around it, so it was extremely safe. Even the star-devouring ancient beast couldn't swallow this city into its stomach. At this moment, in the city, a lively auction was being held in a bustling high-rise building. The chaotic astral ocean was the resting place in the middle of the ancient road of ultimate destination. Naturally, there were also some geniuses who would take out treasures and opportunities that they couldn't use to auction or exchange for other treasures. On the high platform, the auctioneer clapped his hands and said, "The next item to be auctioned is a batch of female slaves. All of them are top-notch goods." After saying that, a group of women with chains on their hands and feet stood up. They were of different shapes and sizes, and each had their own style. There were all kinds of races. However, they all had sorrowful expressions on their faces. Among them, there was a woman wearing an inconspicuous gray robe. Her appearance was ordinary and her complexion was pale. She seemed to have suffered some sort of injury. There was nothing special about her. Her figure was also covered by the gray robe, making her look inconspicuous. "I'll take this one. I'll take that one." Soon, some of the beautiful female slaves on the stage were auctioned off. Only a few, including the gray-robed woman, remained. No one wanted them. Sigh. The auctioneer sighed softly when he saw this. These female slaves were not even worth auctioning off. They even had to feed them for free. "I'll just drive them away later and let them fend for themselves," the old man thought to himself. "All right, you all can leave." The old man waved his hand. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. "I'll take that woman." 4 black-robed men walked out from the crowd. Their gazes were all fixed on the gray-robed woman. The old man was also surprised. The gray-robed woman was picked up by the people of their Chamber of Commerce several months ago. At that time she was injured. However, because her appearance was ordinary, no one did anything to her. They only wanted to auction her off as an item. However, it was impossible for anyone to take a fancy to her. They did not expect that someone would take a fancy to her this time. In the next moment, the 4 black-robed men suddenly took off their robes. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shone in all directions like the sun, blinding everyone's eyes. The 4 of them were all wearing dazzling golden armor. They had golden wings on their backs that were surrounded by flames. They are the Sun God Mountain's Golden Crow Celestial Guards. Some of the more knowledgeable geniuses could not help but exclaim. One of the Golden Crow Celestial Guards looked at the gray-robed woman, whose expression had changed, and sneered. "I didn't expect that the saintess of the moon god palace of the mystic heaven celestial realm would hide in the chaotic astral ocean and disguise herself as a slave. This is really unexpected." His words immediately made all the geniuses present feel suffocated. The auctioneer was even more dumbfounded. He was stunned on the spot. Whoosh! The gray-robed woman suddenly turned around and took off her robes. Runes flickered on her face as she peeled off a piece of skin. In an instant, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The woman in front of them had curved eyebrows, clear eyes, a tall nose, and moist red lips. Her skin was smooth, and her bones were like jade. It was as if she was a piece of beautiful jade made by nature. The woman's appearance was not the only thing that attracted everyone's attention. Her figure was also eye-catching. The gray-robed woman had previously covered her figure, but now it was exposed. Her blue dress outlined her impressive curves. Her breasts were full, and her waist was slender and round. Further down, her perky buttocks had a soul-stirring curve. All the male beasts present could not help but swallow their saliva. Their mouths were dry. She was clearly as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace, but she had such an alluring, pear-shaped figure. She was thin where she should be, and there was meat where she should be. Such a beautiful face, paired with such a seductive figure, was simply too attractive. Upon hearing the Golden Crow Celestial Guard's words, all the male beasts' eyes were filled with passion. "She's the saintess of the Moon God Palace, Yu Chanwan, who has the world's best cauldron body." Chapter 647. The Great Moon Body was ranked in the top 50 among the 3,000 body types. Not only was she extremely talented, but she could also absorb the power of the moon. More importantly, this type of body type was extremely beneficial for dual cultivation. Dual cultivation with the Great Moon Body would definitely increase one's cultivation by leaps and bounds, and one wouldn't suffer from kidney deficiency. This was because one would be nourished by the essence of the moon. What made the men even crazier was that women with this type of body type had certain parts that were different from other women's and were extremely rare. Of course, the Great Moon Body was also extremely rare, and there might not even be 1 or 2 in a deity realm. It was a treasure that all men dreamed of. At this moment, no one would have thought that the saintess of the moon god's palace would disguise herself as an ordinary female slave. Attack together. We must capture her this time and give her to the 10th prince. The 4 Golden Crow Celestial Guards attacked together and unleashed the power of a late-stage saint. The Golden Crow Celestial Guards were an extremely elite troop from the Sun God Mountain. There weren't many of them, but each one of them was extremely well trained. It was rare for 4 Golden Crow Celestial Guards to attack together to capture a young prodigy. It could only be said that to the 10 princes of Jinwu, Yu Chanwan was something that they had to capture. Sun God Mountain, you've gone too far. Yu Chanjuan's face was fierce as she activated her body and unleashed the power of a late-stage saint. As she waved her hand, it was as if a full moon had appeared, carrying with it the light of the moon and the power of the moon. The 4 golden crow celestial guards attacked at the same time like 4 blazing suns. Boom! Shock waves exploded throughout the entire area, and many prodigies were pushed back. Cough! Yu Chanwan let out a muffled groan as she took advantage of the momentum to retreat. She had been pursued all this time, and her injuries hadn't healed yet. It was impossible for her to kill the 4 golden crow celestial guards. Seeing Yu Chanwan flee, the 4 golden crow celestial guards flapped their wings and turned into 4 streaks of golden light as they chased after her. Seeing Yu Chanwan and the golden crow celestial guards leave in an instant, the prodigies in the auction house were dumbfounded. How is this possible? She's actually the holy maiden of the moon god palace and possesses the holy body of Great Moon. The auctioneer was dumbfounded. As he watched Yu Chanwan leave, he felt as if a mountain of gold was leaving him. No, the holy body of Tayin was a priceless treasure for men. It could not be measured by money. Many of the geniuses were pounding their chests and stamping their feet in regret. If I had known, I would have bid for her. That's right. Even if I can't really get close to her, I can at least say that the holy body of Tayin was once my female slave. The #1 furnace in the world, the existence that all men dream of, actually slipped away right in front of my eyes. The old perverts at the scene regretted it so much that their intestines were green. A streak of light quickly flew out of the city and into the starry sky. Behind him, for golden streams of light chased after him. Yu Chanwan, the moon god palace behind you is almost destroyed. You can escape now, but you can't escape forever. Why don't you submit to the 10th prince? A golden crow celestial guard shouted. That's right. What's wrong with the 10th prince? He also has the holy body of Tayin. He's a match made in heaven with you. If you dual cultivate with the 10th prince, you may also obtain part of the chaotic body's power, another golden crow celestial guard shouted. Even if Chanwan kills herself or feeds her body to the dogs, I will not let the 10th prince have his way. Yu Chanwan's beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. She knew how attractive her body was to men. However, she had never thought that her body would bring disaster to the entire moon god palace. When she thought about how her master had chosen to self-destruct in order to cover the retreat, her heart was filled with guilt and hatred. All the tragedies originated from the 10th princes of Jinwu, a peerlessly talented, lawless person who could do whatever he wanted in the mystic heaven immortal realm. Humph, how stubborn. If that's the case, we can only take you back by force. The 4 golden crow celestial guards snorted. In their opinion, it should be an extremely honorable thing to have the 10th prince's favor. Whoosh! One of the golden crow celestial guards took out an ancient weapon. It was a giant golden net made of golden silk. When it was cast, it sealed off the area. Yu Chanjuan's expression changed when she saw this. Suddenly, a palm print came from afar and blasted the giant golden net away. Who is it? The golden crow celestial guard shouted coldly, his eyes flashing coldly. In the distance, 2 otherworldly figures exuding a mysterious aura were flying toward them from the air. Oh, how lucky! I didn't expect to meet the 10th prince's dream girl. These 2 were young masters. One was dressed in a black robe while the other was dressed in a white robe. The 4 golden crow celestial guards looked solemn when they sensed their auras. There was no doubt that these 2 were outlawed sky prides. Yu Chanjuan's eyes showed a hint of joy. Things seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Who are you? One of the golden crow celestial guards asked solemnly. He, Xingyu Yi and Shengzhou Yi of the Gulen sect. Haven't you heard of them? Xingzhou Yi smiled faintly. What? They're the 2 saints of the Gulen sect. The 4 golden crow celestial guards' faces changed. There were 8 saints of the 8 sects. They were ranked according to heaven, earth, black, yellow, universe, and chaos. Sheng Huang Yi, the saint of the Huangtian Immortal Realm sect, had fallen. Sheng Huang Yi was also killed by Jun Xiaoyao outside the Temple of Doom. There were 6 saints left in the Guilin sect. Although Xingyu Yi and Shengzhou Yi were not as powerful as Sheng Tianyi, who was ranked first among the 8 saints of the Guilin sect, they were still outlawed sky prides. Gentlemen, this woman is wanted by the 10 princes of Jinwu. We hope that the 2 saints will not interfere. One of the Golden Crow celestial guards cupped his fists and said, if anyone else dared to interfere, they would have killed them. However, the Guilin sect was too powerful. These 2 saints were not people that the 4 of them could deal with. Xingyu Yi did not care about the 4 Golden Crow celestial guards. The Sun God Mountain was powerful, but the Guilin sect was not to be trifled with. The 10 princes of the Golden Crow celestial guards were powerful enough to intimidate the ancient road. However, the saints of the 8 sects were not weak either. Therefore, they did not have to worry about the Golden Crow celestial guards. Chanwan, thank you for your help, young masters, Yu Chanwan said. Don't thank me yet. Yu Chanwan, I can save you if you want, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, right? As Xingyu Yi spoke, his gaze swept up and down Yu Chanjuan's curvaceous body. Her breasts were perky, her waist was slender, and her butt was perky. No one else had such a figure. As expected of the legendary Great Moon Constitution, the #1 cauldron constitution in the world. Xingyu Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of passion. Yu Chanwan felt a chill in her heart when she sensed the 2 saints' gazes. Men were indeed jackals of the same tribe. We need the Great Moon Constitution to break through. As long as you are willing, we will save you. How about it? Xingyu Yi said with a smile. Gentlemen, isn't this a little inappropriate? The Golden Crow celestial guards' eyes darkened. Yu Chanwan was the woman the 10 princes of Jinwu wanted. These 2 saints were snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Xingyu Yi ignored the Golden Crow celestial guards and looked at Yu Chanwan. What do you say? Yu Chanjuan's eyes were as cold as ice. These 2 saints were taking advantage of her and forcing her to give up her body. How different were they from the 10 princes of Jinwu? No need, Yu Chanwan said coldly. The smiles on the 2 chosen's faces slowly faded away. The 4 Golden Crow celestial guards looked at each other and charged toward Yu Chanwan at the same time. Just as Yu Chanwan was about to fight to the death, swoosh, 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 9 arrows pierced through space and shattered planets as they shot toward the 4 Golden Crow celestial guards. Everyone from Sun God Mountain must die. An icy voice that sounded like the voice of a vengeful demon echoed in the galaxy. Chapter 648. Who is it? The expressions of the 4 Golden Crow celestial guards changed. 2 sacred princes of the ancient orchid cult had just interfered, and now something else had happened. Did the heavens not want them to capture Yu Chanwan? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows carried boundless power as they pierced through the void. Each arrow could easily kill a saint. The eyes of the 4 Golden Crow heavenly guards suddenly widened when they saw the archery technique. There was a hint of astonishment in their eyes. This is the E-Race's divine power, 9-star alignment. The reason they could recognize this arrow art immediately was because of this. The Golden Crow celestial guards had been sent out when Sun God Mountain started the war of immortality against the E-Race. They had a deep impression of the E-Race's godlike arrow art. This 9-star alignment was the E-Clan's signature archery divine ability. The Emperor of the E-Race had used this move to shoot down 9 golden crows in the sky. Because of this, Sun God Mountain and the E-Race had a blood feud. The E-Race had weakened during the ancient era, and they had even lost the Ho-E-Bao. This gave Sun God Mountain a chance to start the war of immortality and destroy the E-Race. Only a small number of E-race members were left behind, and they fled like dogs. The 4 Golden Crow celestial guards didn't expect to meet the E-race on the ancient road. This was too unbelievable. Of course, even though they were thinking about it, they still did their best to block the attack. However, whoosh! Arrows pierced through the chests of the Golden Crow celestial guards. That terrifying shooting power could simply shoot down the sun, moon, and stars. How is this possible? How can the E-race have such a strong member? One of the Golden Crow celestial guards spat out blood in disbelief. Most of the E-race's experts and prodigies with strong bloodlines should have been killed in that war of immortality. The few that escaped wouldn't have been able to do anything. The heavens let me live so that I can witness the destruction of Sun God Mountain. Following the cold voice, a young man holding the star execution bow of destruction walked over with a murderous aura. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and a golden sun totem was branded on his upper body. His eyes glowed with a golden light. It was the golden eyes of delusion. They were as sharp as an eagle's and could see through all illusions. This was Jun Xiaoyao's follower, the successor of the ancient monarch clan, the E-clan EU. You're the successor of the E-clan. You're actually still alive? The minds of the 4 Golden Crow celestial guards buzzed when they saw EU. Before starting the undying war against the E-race, they had already received orders. That successor of the E-clan must be killed, because he had the strongest bloodline of Ishin. Ishin, same as Luo Shun and Mi Fei, was a super forbidden being at the level of legendary emperors. Needless to say, a genius with a thick bloodline of the mythological monarch was incredibly talented. If they did not eliminate the source of trouble, there would be no end of trouble. However, they didn't expect that the upper echelons of the E-clan were frantically protecting EU and the others as they fled. In the end, after an unknown period of time, the Sun God Mountain thought that this descendant of the E-clan had completely fallen. Who would have thought that he would appear alive in front of them now? How could I be willing to die as long as the Sun God Mountain is not destroyed? Fortunately, I've encountered the most important turning point in my life. You looked at the 4 Golden Crows with a cold gaze. The turning point he was referring to was naturally becoming Jun Xiaoyao's follower. Only Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to completely destroy the Sun God Mountain. Now I'll collect some interest. EU drew his bow again and shot an arrow. The 4 late-stage Golden Crows did not have much power to resist and were shot to death amid screams. That person is also an outlawed Sky Pride. Xingyu Yi and Shengzhou Yi frowned. They did not expect the situation to change like this. The reason why EU had become so powerful was that his Yi Shen bloodline had begun to awaken. On the other hand, it was also because Jun Xiaoyao had given him enough seals of proving of the way, which allowed his powers to transform. On top of that, EU had also found many opportunities on the ultimate ancient road. This allowed his strength to reach the level of an outlawed Sky Pride. You're still alive? Yu Chanwan looked at EU with a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. The E-clan and the Moon God Palace were both forces in the mystic heaven immortal realm. She and EU were the most outstanding young people in their respective forces. She had seen EU a few times at some Sky Pride banquets, but they did not have much interaction. When the E-clan was destroyed, Yu Chanwan sighed. Who would have thought that it would be the Moon God Palace's turn later? It could only be said that fate made fools of people. Looks like the Moon God Palace is following in their footsteps. EU glanced at Yu Chanwan without much emotion in his eyes. Yu Chanwan was indeed very beautiful and very attractive to men. However, EU only had 2 goals in mind now: to take revenge on the Sun God Mountain and to work hard to keep up with Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps. If I knew this would happen, the Moon God Palace would have joined forces with the E-clan. Sigh. Yu Chanwan sighed softly. EU's arrival made her feel a little more at ease. Although they did not have much interaction, They had at least met a few times. Yu's character was well known in the mystic heaven immortal realm. At this time, a discordant voice sounded. "Who are you? Why are you meddling in our business?" The person who spoke was Xingyu. "I'm just killing people who deserve to be killed." Yu did not bother to talk to them. "Yu, let's go first." Yu Chanwan gave him a look and whispered, "Wait, Yu Chanwan, we helped you once before. You can't just leave like this, right?" Xingyu Yi's eyes revealed a playful look. Yu also came back to his senses and understood. After all, Yu Chanwan was the #1 beauty in the mystic heaven immortal realm and had a peerless furnace physique. There was probably no man who did not want to covet her body. Of course, there was no man who could make Yu Chanwan willingly give her body. "Let's go," Yu said, straightforwardly. "Impudent, we are talking to the fairy. How dare you interrupt?" Xingyu made a move. Terrifying spiritual power surged and turned into a giant hand that covered the sky. How could he let the fatty meat that was about to be eaten slip away? The giant hand that covered the sky stretched out as if it included the stars in the universe. After all, Xingyu was one of the 8 holy sons of the ancient Orchid sect. His means were extraordinary. Yu turned around and drew his bow. The arrow roared out like a real dragon, shaking the starry sky. Xingyu also made a move. He wanted to suppress Yu in the shortest time possible and snatch Yu Chanwan away. Damn it, if I wasn't seriously injured. Yu Chanwan clenched her jade-like hands. As the sacred body of Tayin, her strength was not weak. It was just that being chased all the way had exhausted her mental strength and caused her to be seriously injured. Rumble. In the starry sky, a great battle broke out. Yu fought against 2 enemies alone and managed to hold on for a short time. This made Xingyu and Xingyu a little surprised. Where did this monster come from? I have never heard of him before. The 2 holy sons were suspicious. Yu's eyes flashed. He also understood. Although he was not weak, it was a little difficult to kill the 2 holy sons of the ancient Orchid sect. Thinking of this, Yu took out a talisman. The talisman burned in the void and turned into a strong force of space, blessing Yu and Yu Chanwan. The void behind them distorted, and in an instant, the 2 of them disappeared without a trace. Damn it, he actually has such a treasure. Xingyu Yi's face was extremely ugly. Xingyu Yi's face was also gloomy. A fat little white sheep escaped just like that. It's okay. As long as the 10 princes of Jinwu are still chasing them, they will eventually reveal themselves. When that time comes, we will act according to the situation, Xingyu said. We must get this woman. If we don't get a taste of this weapon, I will not be satisfied. Xingyu was unwilling to give up. Chapter 649. Chaotic Astral Ocean. Somewhere in the unknown starry sky, 2 space vortexes appeared, and Yu and Yu Chanwan emerged from them. Gulin's sect, I will remember this. Yu's golden eyes flashed with a cold light. Thank you, Yu Chanwan said. Without Yu's help, she would have either been captured by the Golden Crow celestial guards and presented to the 10th prince or humiliated by the 2 saints. She couldn't accept either outcome. It's okay. We have a common enemy, Yu said. Sun God Mountain? Now that the forces behind us are almost destroyed, I don't know if we will have the chance to take revenge. Yu Chanjuan's beautiful eyes showed a touch of sadness. As an overlord force in the Xiantian celestial realm, the Sun God Mountain's foundation and power were unquestionable. Otherwise, the 10 princes of Jinwu wouldn't be so domineering. Now that the Yi clan and the Moon God Palace were almost destroyed, only a few people were left outside, and they couldn't do much. It was almost wishful thinking to deal with the Sun God Mountain. Maybe not. If my master is willing, it doesn't seem to be too difficult to destroy the Sun God Mountain. Yu's eyes flashed. What? Yu Chanjuan's beautiful face showed a touch of surprise. Yu was once a top genius in the Xiantian celestial realm, the successor of the Emperor clan. His character was also famous for being cold and unruly. Now he had submitted to someone and become a follower? To Yu Chanwan, this was simply unbelievable. In addition, Yu said that his master wouldn't need to spend too much effort to destroy the Sun God Mountain. This was simply bragging without a draft. The Sun God Mountain was so powerful that even Yu's master, the successor of an immortal force, was not qualified to say such words. Furthermore, whether or not the master behind him could defeat the Golden Crow 10th Prince was another matter. What do you think I'm bragging? Seeing Yu Chanwan's expression, Yu raised his eyebrows and asked. No, Yu Chanwan said. No matter what, Yu was her savior. She had no room to question. She wanted to ask who was the master behind Yu, but she was afraid that if her lie was exposed, Yu would be embarrassed. Therefore, Yu Chanwan didn't ask anything. I don't know if his master can deal with the 10 princes of Jinwu. As for destroying the Sun God Mountain, Yu Chanwan sighed inwardly. Right, what do you plan to do next? Yu asked. Naturally, I have to recover from my injuries and become stronger. Yu Chanwan's beautiful eyes revealed a resolute expression. She was also a woman with a resolute character. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to resist the 10 princes of Jinwu for so long. Oh, that's right. I heard the people in the auction house say that the boat of good fortune seemed to have appeared in the chaotic astral ocean. There are all kinds of sacred medicines, ancient inheritances, natural oddities, and even a complete source of a small world. If we can enter it, our strength will undergo a transformation, said Yu Chanwan. The boat of destiny? Sure, wait until I become stronger. I won't let any of the 10 princes of the Golden Crow go. Yu Shigad's eyes were filled with hatred. His revenge against the Sun God Mountain would begin with the 10 princes of the Golden Crow. After that, Yu Chanwan also took out a jade slip to send a message. With Yu by her side, her situation was temporarily stabilized. She could also send a message to the Tying Jade Hair. However, the message from the Tying Jade Hair made Yu Chanwan slightly stunned. What? There will be a super powerful person coming to save me? Yu Chanwan was very confused. She even felt that the Tying Jade Hair might have been abducted by some glib-tongued swindler. Forget it. Yu Chanwan didn't dwell on it. After that, Yu Chanwan and Yu hid in the chaotic astral ocean and waited for the boat of destiny to appear. Fortunately, the chaotic astral ocean was vast, and there were all kinds of people. If the 10 princes of Jinwu wanted to search for them, it would take a long time. Heavenly underworld ancient star. In the past year, the Serpent Men tribe had undergone a great change. Saints and supreme saints popped up one after another like bamboo shoots after a rain. Even a few saint sovereigns had appeared. All of this was due to the ancient blood. Queen Medusa had also successfully broken through to the quasi-supreme realm. It wasn't that it was easy to break through to the quasi-supreme realm. It was that Queen Medusa had accumulated a lot of energy. Previously, due to the limitations of her bloodline, she had been stuck at the sacred Lord realm. Now that she had obtained the ancient blood, she had also successfully broken through to the quasi-supreme realm. Moreover, this wasn't her limit. It could be said that the strength of the entire Serpent Men tribe had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. All of this was brought to them by Jun Xiaoyao. Now, every Serpent Man tribe member only had fanatical worship and gratitude for Jun Xiaoyao. Even if Jun Xiaoyao wanted them to die, they wouldn't hesitate. Master, all of this is your gift. Queen Medusa muttered to herself as she looked at the palace where Jun Xiaoyao was in seclusion. Her long and narrow beautiful eyes revealed respect, worship, gratitude, and a faint trace of admiration and love. Queen Medusa knew that she wasn't worthy of Jun Xiaoyao, but as long as she could serve Jun Xiaoyao forever and be loyal to him, she would be satisfied. And at this moment, the palace where Jun Xiaoyao was in seclusion suddenly trembled. A terrifying aura swept across the place. This pressure wasn't the pressure of a cultivation realm. Instead, it was an incomparably noble pressure that seemed to have transcended the level of life. Is Master coming out of seclusion? Queen Medusa's eyes revealed a look of surprise. This pressure caused the entire Serpentmen tribe to be in an uproar. Countless Serpentmen looked at the palace where Jun Xiaoyao was in shock and admiration. A dense immortal qi spread out. Flowers fell from the sky. Golden lotuses bloomed on the ground, and great Tao runes intertwined. Although it wasn't a breakthrough in cultivation realm, it gave people the feeling that the scene was even greater than breaking through to the supremacy realm. Is this really our benefactor cultivating? Why do I feel like a supremacy is coming out of seclusion? An elder of the Serpentmen tribe sighed. At this moment in the palace, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been silent for more than a year, finally opened his deep eyes. A misty immortal qi appeared on the surface of his body. This immortal qi was misty, and it seemed to contain the universe. Stars, mountains, rivers, grass, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Countless scenes appeared. It carried great Tao runes, and the power of creation surged. Jun Xiaoyao had broken through the limit of 9 and condensed the 10th immortal qi. Creation immortal qi. With the Creation Immortal Sutra, he comprehended the Tao of creation and condensed creation immortal qi. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt as if he could shape the universe and change it with a single hand. If news of the 10th immortal qi spread, the entire ancient road would be in an uproar. Jun Xiaoyao, as an outlier, had once again created an unprecedented miracle. Chapter 650. 10 strands of immortal qi was enough to stun everyone. Even outlawed sky prides and super outlawed sky prides could not reach this level. Even some young great emperors and young ancient emperors could not reach this level. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was able to do so with ease. 10 strands of immortal qi. Huh? Why do I feel like it's not enough? Jun Xiaoyao said softly. To him, there was no such thing as a limit. If he wanted to continue condensing, he could continue to do so. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao had not only condensed the immortal qi of creation in the past year or so. Most importantly, the divine origin in his dantian had undergone a metamorphosis. Looking inside at the moment, one could see that the interior of Jun Xiaoyao's god's origin had expanded from a chaotic state into an empty miniature universe. The universe was empty. There was nothing in it. However, the power of the natural order was operating. It was not the natural order of the 9 heavens immortal realm, nor was it the natural order of any other world. It was Jun Xiaoyao's own natural order. He could control everything in the miniature universe with a single thought. Of course, there was nothing in the miniature universe at the moment. It was empty. Without the immortal scripture of creation, it would take me a lot of time to condense this miniature universe. Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. The immortal scripture of creation allowed Jun Xiaoyao to comprehend the power of creation. It allowed him to create his own inner universe in just over a year. Then Jun Xiaoyao's heart moved. The jade disk of creation directly entered the inner universe. Jun Xiaoyao was immediately able to sense that the inner universe, which had been rather unstable, had stabilized. The jade disk of creation was like a stabilizing needle that stabilized the entire inner universe. Only supremes and above can start to create a spatial world. However, they can only do so with the help of the natural order of the immortal realm. Right now, this inner verse completely belongs to me, Jun Xiaoyao. My will is everything in this inner verse, Jun Xiaoyao said as he came to a realization. Of course, this inner universe was still relatively simple. There was not even a sun, moon, or stars, let alone living beings. It was completely empty. According to the records in the immortal scripture of creation, the world is composed of the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. I need to find the 4 extraordinary items to create the framework of the inner universe. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The 4 extraordinary items referred to the extraordinary items of the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The living soil of the 9 heavens, rootless water, indestructible divine fire, and wind of the Taishu. These 4 mystical items would be extremely rare in the Huangtian mystic realm. However, there was no lack of opportunities on the ultimate ancient road. As such, Jun Xiaoyao was able to collect them with ease. Once the framework to him, he could continue to nourish it qi of creation. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was to God. Of the creation, if others were to find out that Jun Xiaoyao was able to create his own inner universe when he was still a saint, their jaws would definitely drop. Supremes to supremes, and to the supremes. However, what Jun Xiaoyao wanted to create was a real universe. Although my cultivation did not improve from the origin of God to the inner universe, my strength is several times stronger than before, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He was measuring his strength. A casual attack could trigger the power of the rules of the inner universe and unleash a terrifying power. It was Jun Xiaoyao's Tao. It was still incomparable to the heavenly Tao of the 9 heavens immortal realm or the foreign realm. However, he was confident that his will would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens in the future, surpassing the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao's body shuddered. It felt like the power of the world was flowing out of his body. It was the 2nd volume of the physique scripture, the 3,000 Summer Worlds. Jun Xiaoyao refined the chaos origin crystal, the qi of creation, and other energies. He also used the Tao of creation he had comprehended from the immortal scripture of creation. He had successfully turned a cell in his body into a miniature Summer world. That being said, the miniature Summer world and Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe were 2 different concepts. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before using his finger as a sword all of a sudden and pointing it at his chest. A terrifying force penetrated Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao's body shuddered as he unleashed the power of the Summer world. The force penetrated the Summer world and shook it vigorously. However, it was unable to break free from the Summer world. Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed, "What a formidable defense! You've only managed to cultivate 1 Summer world. If you were to cultivate 3,000 Summer worlds, then even if I were to just stand there and let others attack me, it would probably take me days and nights to break through." The 3,000 Summer worlds did not only have strong defense. Jun Xiaoyao threw a punch forward. The power of a Summer world was imbued into his fist. In an instant, the void distorted and then collapsed. It was as if the power of the entire world had surged out, combining attack and defense into one. It seems that in the future, besides finding ways to expand the inner universe, I'll have to refine 3,000 Summer worlds. Jun Xiaoyao thought about his future cultivation direction. During this closed-door training, Jun Xiaoyao had comprehended the power of creation. He had refined the immortal qi of creation, opened up the inner universe, and even cultivated a Summer world. It could be said that he had achieved great success. His strength had also skyrocketed once again. It's time to leave. The real exciting part of the ancient ultimate road has yet to come. Jun Xiaoyao stood up and left the palace. Outside, Queen Medusa, Bai Ling, and the others were already waiting respectfully. The Taine jade hair was also waiting outside the palace. Her eyes were filled with excitement and anxiety. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao pushed open the door and walked out. Immortal light overflowed in all directions. Jun Xiaoyao leisurely stepped out like a celestial figure from a painting. Her graceful bearing caused everyone present to hold their breaths. Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes were filled with deep respect and admiration. Bai Ling and the Taine jade hair were also stunned. They were drooling. Jun Xiaoyao was as handsome as ever, but his aura was even more profound. He had an otherworldly immortal aura. It was as if he was about to ascend. It seems that the Naga tribe has developed well in the past year. Jun Xiaoyao glanced indifferently. Queen Medusa had reached the quasi-supreme level. The Green Snake General had also reached the Holy Lord level. There were also more than 10 Holy Lords and great sages. The Naga tribe was more than 10 times stronger than before. It's all thanks to Master. Without Master, the Naga tribe wouldn't be here today. Queen Medusa hurriedly went forward and bowed. Although she was already a quasi-supreme, she was still respectful and humble to Jun Xiaoyao like a servant. There's no need to be so polite. From now on, you'll all be part of the Emperor Royal Court. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. On the side, the Tyene jade hair bounced and said, young master, you haven't touched me for more than a year. I'm so bored and lonely. Huh. Jun Xiaoyao patted the Tyene jade hair's head. By the way, young mistress finally sent a message. She's in the chaotic astral ocean. The Tyene jade hair looked excited and anxious. Got it. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Also, Sister Fairy Yuan sent a message saying that the 13 bandits seemed to have a secret stronghold hidden in the chaotic astral ocean. The Tyene jade hair continued. It's convenient to get them all together. Let's deal with them together. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Next, he was ready to go to the chaotic astral ocean. Although Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any thoughts about the Cauldron Constitution, he was indeed a little interested in the Tyene Immortal Sutra. At this moment, a powerful fluctuation suddenly spread out from a palace in the distance. The crowd turned their gazes over and immediately saw an incomparably enormous, translucent butterfly floating above the palace. The butterfly's wings were 9-colored and looked beautiful with a mysterious and dreamy feeling. It seems that Yan Ruming has also succeeded in awakening, Jun Xiaoyao said. Chapter 651. Yan Ruming's true form was the Sky Dream bewitching butterfly, along with the crack demonic butterfly and the immemorial emperor butterfly. It was one of the most ancient and noble lineages of the demon race. Before, Yan Ruming hadn't awakened her bloodline, so she didn't manifest the Sky Dream bewitching butterfly's ability. But now, Yan Ruming, who had the support of the ancient blood, had finally awakened her bloodline completely. The 9-colored Sky Dream bewitching butterfly, floating in the void, flapped its wings, and rainbow-colored pollen flowed out. Wherever it passed, the ordinary serpent men were unable to resist and fainted on the ground. Even the saint-level elders of the serpent men tribe fell into a dream and couldn't extricate themselves. In fact, even great saints and sacred leaders were affected by it. The Green Serpent General also seemed to have fallen into a dream. Such strong power, this is the path of illusion. Queen Medusa's eyes were filled with shock. That was because she discovered that even with her cultivation as a quasi-supreme, she was actually faintly falling into some sort of dream. The Tyene jade hair was even more unbearable, and a silly smile appeared on her white and delicate face. Carrots, so many carrots, all carrots. Have I come to a carrot planet? The Tyene jade hair laughed foolishly and nibbled on her little hand as if she was nibbling on a carrot. The only person who wasn't affected at all was Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was extremely powerful, and he cultivated the chaotic divine grindstone visualization method and the 3 Lives Immortal Sutra. His primordial spirit was also the best of the 3 Lives primordial spirits. This path of illusion couldn't affect him. As expected of the Sky Dream bewitching butterfly, it's rumored that when a mature Sky Dream bewitching butterfly flaps its wings, all living beings on an ancient life planet will fall into a dream and be unable to extricate themselves. Jun Xiaoyao also showed a hint of admiration. In just a moment, the Sky Dream bewitching butterfly in the air disappeared. All the serpent men who had fallen into a dream also regained their senses, and their eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on? I feel like I had a very long dream. It feels like 100 years have passed. The Tyene jade hair also came back to her senses and cried out in pain, "Ouch, my hand!" In her dream, The tiny jade hair nibbled on her snow-white hands like carrots until they were red and swollen. In the distance, the palace door was pushed open. A beautiful woman with a graceful body and a flawless face appeared. Her pink dress fluttered in the wind, and her fine black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her skin was as smooth as snow, and her legs were long and slender. Perhaps it was because she had completely awakened her bloodline, but Yen Rumeng had an even more dreamy and ethereal temperament. She looked like a fairy from a dream, beautiful and moving. Yen Rumeng swayed her slender waist and walked in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Immortal qi vaguely appeared on the surface of her body. This was the immortal qi condensed from the Tao of Illusions. "What's wrong? I'm so beautiful that you're stunned?" Yen Rumeng smiled and waved her lily-white hand in front of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. After awakening her bloodline, she was even more beautiful than before. Her red lips and jade-like teeth shone with a crystalline luster, and her slender neck made her look like a flower. At this moment, her smile could topple cities, and she was full of charm. She thought that Jun Xiaoyao would pour cold water on her as usual. However, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and said, "You are indeed very beautiful." This made Yen Rumeng blush suddenly appear on her jade-like cheeks. "I was careless. I actually felt like I was being seduced." Yen Rumeng bit her lips, and her eyes were watery. However, what surprised her was that she originally thought that after awakening her Sky Dream butterfly bloodline, the gap between her and Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't be too big. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was enveloped in immortal light, and his aura was even more profound and unfathomable. What a monster! No matter how much I cultivate, I can't catch up to you. Yen Rumeng was a little annoyed. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and changed the topic. "By the way, didn't you say that if I help you awaken your bloodline, you will join the Emperor Hall? Isn't it time to fulfill your promise now?" Previously, although Yen Rumeng had the Demon Emperor body, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't too interested in her. However, the current Yen Rumeng was different. She was qualified to be roped in by him. When Yen Rumeng heard that, she smiled sweetly and said, "Sure, but I want to work under you." "No, under you." "Okay, as long as you can keep up with my rhythm." Jun Xiaoyao said, I should be able to keep up. As long as your rhythm is not too fierce and unbearable, it will be fine." Yen Rumeng said weakly. At the side, the tiny jade hair blinked her big red eyes. "I am still a child. I don't understand anything." After Jun Xiaoyao and Yen Rumeng successfully broke through, they were ready to leave. After learning that Jun Xiaoyao was going to leave, all of the serpent men were reluctant to part with him. Queen Medusa and Bai Ling were even more upset and lost. "You all stay in the Tianming, Ancient Star. After I finish the Ancient Ultimate Road, I will send someone to transfer you to the Huangtian Mystic Realm to join the Emperor Hall." Jun Xiaoyao said, "Thank you, Master. We, the Naga tribe, will never forget your kindness," Queen Medusa said. Her long and narrow beautiful eyes also revealed a hint of reluctance. In the past, Queen Medusa thought that she would probably dedicate her life to the Naga tribe. She had never even thought about personal relationships. Queen Medusa also didn't think that any opposite sex would make her heart flutter. But now, looking at the handsome and immortal-like Jun Xiaoyao in front of her, she couldn't help but feel moved. She admitted that her heart fluttered. But Queen Medusa also knew that it was enough for her to be Jun Xiaoyao's subordinate. In the future, she would not only dedicate her life to the Naga tribe, but also to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, Tine Jade Hair, and Yen Rumeng left. They drove the starry sky, flying ship, and traveled through the void. Along the way, they encountered teleportation formations on some ancient stars. This greatly reduced the amount of time they had to travel. Soon, more than half a year had passed. Jun Xiaoyao and the others didn't encounter any danger along the way. Even Yen Rumeng was a little speechless. Previously, when she was alone on the ancient Ultimate Road, She was cautious and careful. She often encountered danger. Now, however, walking along the ancient path with Jun Xiaoyao was like looking at the scenery on horseback. All the dangers along the way were eliminated by Jun Xiaoyao. For others, the ancient ultimate road was full of danger and death. But for Jun Xiaoyao, it was as simple as playing house. Yan Rumeng finally understood why the people around Jun Xiaoyao didn't come to him. Being with Jun Xiaoyao, they couldn't gain any experience at all. They felt very safe. And in this safe and boring situation, Jun Xiaoyao and the others finally arrived at the 50th checkpoint of the ancient ultimate road. Chaotic astral ocean. Looking at the rolling vast sea of stars in the distance, even Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the universe. The entire chaotic astral ocean stretched across the universe. It was incomparably vast, like a dividing line that separated the front and back of the ancient ultimate road. It was like the Chu River and Han boundary in chess. As for this chaotic astral ocean, it was also filled with people from all walks of life and all kinds of chaos. According to the news from the fairy kite, the stronghold of the 13 bandits is located in a place called the Sinful Pit in the chaotic astral ocean. That place is full of chaos and is the gathering place of all kinds of bandits, villains, and demonic cultivators. This time, the 13 bandits won't be able to escape from my hands. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep as he looked into the distance. The 13 bandits of the ancient road, who made people tremble in fear, were like ants in Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. Chapter 652. The galaxy was vast and mighty, rolling in the universe. As far as the eye could see, there was a dazzling light, like the flowing Milky Way. "What's your next plan?" Yan Rumeng asked. Jun Xiaoyao took out a mask and put it on his face. It was a ghost mask, looking like crying and laughing. It looked funny, clumsy, and a little scary. When Yan Rumeng saw this, she was slightly stunned. Then she burst out laughing. The son of God of the Jun family is wearing such a clumsy and weird mask like a child's toy. Are you trying to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, the 13 bandits' intelligence is not weak, and this is one of their strongholds. I'm afraid they have spies all over the chaotic astral ocean. If we are as unscrupulous as before, I'm afraid the 13 bandits will get the news as soon as we enter the chaotic astral ocean. That will alert the enemy. I don't want to come here for nothing. Yan Rumeng withdrew her smile and nodded. The 13 bandits were related to the foreign realm, so they needed to be careful. If they entered with great fanfare, the 13 bandits would retreat immediately after getting the news. At that time, it would be like drawing water with a sieve. However, what Yan Rumeng didn't know was that Jun Xiaoyao wore the ghost mask for another reason. He learned about it from the fairy kite. The immortal killing bandit also wore a ghost mask and had the ability to devour bloodlines. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think of that person. The ghost mask girl's shadow left in the Heavenly Tao Tower, and the ghost mask woman on the hero spirit altar in the lower bound. There was also the ghost mask left in the bronze immortal palace in the eternal burial ground. Now, there was another immortal killing bandit wearing a ghost mask. There was also the Permitha organization and the foreign realm. All of these seemed to be connected by a thread in the dark. Jun Xiaoyao wore the ghost mask because he wanted to know if he really met the immortal killing bandit. How would the immortal extermination bandit react? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the flawless face of Yan Rumeng and shook his head. All right, you should cover it up too. You're too beautiful. It's too ostentatious. Bringing such a great beauty to the chaotic astral ocean was undoubtedly like a torch in the dark night, attracting gazes from all directions. Hee hee, although I know you don't mean anything else. Why do I still feel so happy? Yan Rumeng laughed. She wouldn't feel anything if she was praised by an ordinary man. However, being praised by a godlike figure like Jun Xiaoyao, even if it was Yan Rumeng, her vanity would be satisfied and she would be very happy. She took out a white veil and put it on her face, revealing only a pair of limpid eyes. Not only did the veil not diminish her charm, it made Yen Ruming even more hazy and beautiful. After some preparations, Jun Xiaoyao and the other two entered the chaotic astral ocean. The chaotic astral ocean was vast and boundless. Ordinary sky prides would not dare to enter it alone. If they were not careful, they would be sucked into the void vortex. Worse still, they might be devoured by terrifying beings like the star-devouring ancient beasts. Generally speaking, sky prides would travel in groups or with some caravans. Jun Xiaoyao and the others had encountered 3 waves of interstellar bandits in the 10 days since they entered the chaotic astral ocean. Splat! Jun Xiaoyao pointed his finger, and a saint-level bandit in front of him exploded into a mist of blood. Meanwhile, in another part of the starry sky, several young sky prides were stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. Which outlawed sky pride killed a saint-level powerhouse so casually? He's wearing a mask. Could he be a powerhouse from the older generation? These young sky prides were traveling together when they unexpectedly encountered interstellar bandits. Just as they were in despair, they saw Jun Xiaoyao and the others passing by. Those bandits attacked right away without saying a word, yet they were all killed by Jun Xiaoyao with a wave of his hand. "If we follow the senior, we'll be able to reach Titanic Crescent City safely," said one of the female geniuses. They looked at each other and hurried forward to catch up with Jun Xiaoyao and the others who were about to leave. "Senior, please wait," the female Sky Pride said. "What's the matter?" Jun Xiaoyao asked calmly. His gentle voice stunned the young Sky Prides. "He's not from the older generation?" The few of them looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Even an outlawed sky pride from the younger generation could not kill a saint-level powerhouse so easily, right? Could he be a supreme outlawed cultivator? When they thought of this possibility, the sky prides looked even more respectful and humble. Although they came from some major forces, they did not dare to show any disrespect in front of this mysterious young powerhouse. "Sir, are you also rushing to Titanic City because of the business alliance of 10,000 tribes summoning order?" The female Sky Pride bowed and asked, "Business alliance of 10,000 tribes summoning order? What does that mean?" Jun Xiaoyao stroked the tying jade hair in his arms and said calmly. Hearing this, the Sky Prides looked at each other in surprise. Another Sky Pride said, "Perhaps you don't know, but some time ago, the second lady of the business alliance of 10,000 tribes Xia clan, Xia Chuqing, was kidnapped by the sinful pit's first sinner. Now, the Xia clan has issued a summoning order to gather a group of cultivators in Titanic City to conquer the sinful pit. I heard that those who are willing to join will be rewarded handsomely." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed under the mask when he heard the young Sky Pride's explanation. Isn't gathering a group to go to the sinful pit on the way? Moreover, if Jun Xiaoyao entered the sinful pit alone, it would inevitably cause conflict and attract attention. If the 13 bandits detected him in advance, it would alert the enemy. However, if he entered with a large group, he could hide among them and then find the stronghold of the 13 bandits and destroy them with thunderous means. "We can give it a try," Yen Raman, whose face was covered with a veil, said. "What a beautiful woman!" The young Sky Prides were stunned. Although Yen Ruming's face was covered with a veil, her eyes were watery, her figure was slender, and her legs were white and slender. There was no need to guess that she was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Yen Ruming smiled slightly, and the Sky Pride suddenly fell into a trance, as if they had fallen into a dream. "Okay, let's go," Jun Xiaoyao said softly. Only then did the heavens' favorites come back to their senses. Their faces were full of embarrassment. They naturally didn't know that Yen Ruming, who had awakened the bloodline of the Sky Dream Butterfly, could affect one's mind with every frown and smile. Only someone like Jun Xiaoyao, who had powerful primordial spirit, was completely immune to it. Then Jun Xiaoyao, Yen Ruming, and the Tying Jade Hair were led by the young Sky Prides to Titanic City. Chapter 653. Most of the areas in the chaotic astral ocean were very dangerous. Only the ancient cities were slightly safer. Of course, most of these ancient cities were in the outer regions of the chaotic astral ocean. The central and inner regions of the chaotic astral ocean were dangerous places that could not be easily set foot in. In some places, even sacred rulers or 9 heavens supremes would be in danger. The Titanic Crescent City was a rather magnificent city in the outer regions of the chaotic astral ocean. In less than half a month, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the Titanic Crescent City under the lead of several heavens' prides. The Titanic Crescent City was situated on a small planet. The city walls were as winding as a mountain range and were made of meteoric iron. Ancient formation patterns were imprinted on them and glowed faintly. The city gates were extremely tall, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Perhaps because of the convening order of the Business Alliance of 10,000 clans, the flow of people in the Titanic Crescent City was several times more than before. On the way to the Titanic Crescent City, Jun Xiaoyao learned about it from the heavens' prides. Although the sinful pit was filled with crooks and honest people, there were bandits everywhere. However, the true leaders of the sinful pit were the 5 main sinners. Each of them was infamous and powerful. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Among them, the strongest was the first sinner. No one knew his true strength, but he was definitely above the supremes. The reason why the first sinner kidnapped the second daughter of the Xiao family, Xia Chuqing, was because he wanted the emperor weapon of the Xiao family, the treasure basin. It was rumored that the emperor weapon of the Xiao family, the treasure basin, was obtained by the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xia Bingyun, by chance. The treasure basin could contain all the treasures in the world and could even actively sense the location of the treasures. It could be said that the treasure basin played a major role in the business alliance of 10,000 clans for the Xia family to become the most prosperous giant. And Xia Bingyun naturally became the most dazzling pearl of the Xia family. Of course, she had another nickname, which was the Little Rich Lady of the Xia family. As one of the giants of the business alliance of 10,000 clans, the Xia family's wealth and status went without saying. The young Master Fuyun that Jun Xiaoyao killed on the ancient heavenly underworld star was at most a small character in the business alliance of 10,000 clans. Although the business alliance of 10,000 clans was extremely large, it was a loose business organization with many giants. The Xia family was just one of the giants. This was also why the number 1 culprit of the sinful pit dared to kidnap the second daughter of the Xia family. He knew he had only offended the Xia clan, not the entire business alliance of 10,000 tribes. Inside the business alliance of 10,000 races, there were even some giants secretly fighting each other. It was already good enough that the other big shots did not kick them when they were down. It was impossible for them to help the Xia family. After Jun Xiaoyao and the others entered the Titanic Crescent City, they soon arrived at the encampment of the business alliance of the 10,000 tribes. There were already many Emperor Road sky prides and cultivators from all walks of life gathered here. An elder of the Xia family, who was a sage king, said loudly, "Everyone, this group of criminals from the sinful pit is too audacious. How dare they kidnap the second miss of the Xia family and try to obtain the emperor weapon of the Xia family, the treasure bowl? The Xia family invites all righteous people to join us in our crusade against the sinful pit. Every brother who participates will be rewarded with immortal sources, immortal essences, as well as various divine pills and weapons." Hearing the words of the Xia family elder, the eyes of many cultivators were burning with passion. Not all Emperor Road sky prides were from immortal forces. Most prodigies were short on resources and had no money. Naturally, these rewards were very attractive. Only Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sneered. He just wanted to gather a group of cannon fodder, yet he made it sound so righteous. Naturally, there was no need to pay the dead. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to expose him. If those people died, so be it. It had nothing to do with him. By the way, the first miss of the Xiao family, Xiao Bingyan, is temporarily cultivating somewhere and can't come. If she comes later, the Sky Prides who perform well will be personally received by the first miss and even be rewarded," the Xiao family elder said with a slight smile. This time, the reaction of the crowd was much more intense than before. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion, especially the young male Sky Prides. Their eyes were surging with excitement. What did it mean to be personally received by the first miss of the Xiao family, Xiao Bingyun? It meant that if the first miss of the Xiao family took a liking to them, they might be able to marry into her family. After all, Xiao Bingyun was the apple of the Xiao family's eye in the business alliance of the 10,000 tribes. She was known as a rich lady. Who didn't want to say, "Rich lady, I don't want to work hard anymore"? If Xiao Bingyun really took a liking to them, they would definitely get all kinds of cultivation resources, natural treasures, divine weapons, and supreme artifacts. I must save the second miss of the Xiao family with my own hands. That way, I will definitely be received by the first miss of the Xiao family. Do you have the ability to do that? If it was so easy to save her, would the Xiao family need to make such a big fuss? Many Sky Prides were arguing. All right, everyone, those who have decided to go together, sign up here. We will set off in 7 days, the Xiao family elder said with a wave of his hand. After that, many Sky Prides signed up one after another. Not to mention the rewards. Just the possibility of being received by Xiao Bingyun was enough for many Sky Prides to take a gamble. If they went all out, they might be able to live off a woman and save 100 years of hard work. Of course, this was what ordinary Sky Prides thought. At Jun Xiaoyao's level, those who were qualified to let him live off a woman were only forbidden legendary emperors like Luo Shenmi Fei. Even the little demon empress of the Demon God Palace was not qualified to let Jun Xiaoyao live off a woman, because Jun Xiaoyao's identity as the monarch of the monarch court was enough to be comparable to the little demon empress. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and the others signed up. Of course, they did not use their real names. Otherwise, it would have caused a stir. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, giant starships docked at the titanic Crescent City. Each starship was hundreds of feet long, and its hull was branded with all kinds of defensive arrays. On the deck, there were many offensive arrays that could be activated at the critical moment with the immortal source to explode with shocking lethality. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at it and nodded slightly. The Xiao family was indeed one of the giants of the business alliance of 10,000 clans. Of course, they could not be compared to the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao could also feel the faint aura of a supreme being permeating the main starships. They must be the supreme being experts of the Xiao family who might confront the first sinner and the others later. "Let's go and board any ship," Jun Xiaoyao said to Yan Rumen. His main purpose of going to the sinful pit was not to save the second miss of the Xiao family, Xia Chuqing. Instead, he was going to find the stronghold of the 13 bandits. Therefore, he did not care about this rescue operation. As for living off Xiao Bingyun, Jun Xiaoyao would not fall so low with his identity. Besides, if Jun Xiaoyao really wanted to live off Xiao Bingyun, he did not need to do anything. He could just take off his mask and put his handsome face in front of Xiao Bingyun. It would be difficult for her not to be tempted. "Sir, we will follow you." The young geniuses also walked up. The female genius who spoke was called Song Fei. After seeing Jun Xiaoyao kill the Saint Bandits so easily, they felt that he was a very thick thigh that they needed to hug tightly. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. When the battle started, he could just get rid of them. Jun Xiaoyao and the others boarded a secondary starship, the kind that looked like cannon fodder. At this moment, a green warship suddenly swept over at an extremely fast speed. "That's the warship of the supreme family, the Feng family," a genius exclaimed when he saw the warship. Some elders of the Xia family also looked solemn when they saw this and hurriedly went forward to greet them. For this expedition to the sinful pit, the geniuses that were gathered were nothing more than cannon fodder. The ones who could really help the Xia family were the Feng family. Besides, the Taoist of the Feng family should also be here this time. He was one of Xia Bingyun's suitors and would not miss this opportunity to please Xia Bingyun. Chapter 654. As a supreme clan, the Wind Clan had a very deep foundation. The clan members were born with the ability to control the laws of wind. Inside the green worship, there was still a quasi-supreme aura lingering. Sensing the aura, some of the elders of the Xia family were overjoyed. They did not expect that the Wind Clan would send a quasi-supreme. This was a show of respect to the Xia clan. Haha, thank you for coming to help. Now, our chances of winning are even greater. An old voice came from the Xia clan's main worship. It was a supreme great ancestor of the Xia clan. You're welcome, Brother Xia. The sinful pit is a malignant tumor that should have been eradicated long ago, the quasi-supreme of the Wind Clan replied, although he said that everyone present knew the truth. The reason why the quasi-supreme of the Wind Clan came was because of the Taoist of the Wind Clan. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but look at the green-robed young man holding a folding fan on the deck of the green worship. The green-robed young man had handsome facial features and an elegant demeanor. The aura of a sage permeated the air, and there was a faint wind law around him. His name was Feng Xiaotian, the Taoist of the Wind Clan. On the ultimate ancient road, he was considered a famous outlawed sky pride. However, the Taoist of the Wind Clan was also famous for his fondness for beautiful women. Previously, at a Commerce Alliance auction, Feng Xiaotian saw Xia Bingyun, the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, and fell in love with her at first sight. However, Xia Bingyun was not a girl from a small clan, and would not be easily charmed by Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian did not give up and had been pursuing her. Of course, some people thought that Feng Xiaotian did not just like beautiful women. Part of the reason he pursued Xia Bingyun was probably because of Xia Bingyun's rich nature. After all, Xia Bingyun was the first to discover the Xia clan's imperial weapon, cornucopia. She had control of the cornucopia. With the cornucopia, Xia Bingyun had discovered countless treasures and accumulated endless wealth. Xia Bingyun had even discovered more than one rare top-grade immortal marrow vein. Even the immortal forces would be jealous of this wealth. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian was in a good mood. He had begged the quasi-supreme of the Wind Clan for a long time before he agreed to come. After Feng Xiaotian personally rescued Xia Chuqing, he would be able to meet with Xia Bingyun. At that time, getting Xia Bingyun's good impression and nurturing their relationship would be a simple matter. Not only was he handsome, but his background also matched that of an outlawed sky pride. No one was more compatible with Xia Bingyun than him. Of course, Feng Xiaotian was not a simple old pervert. He had his own shrewdness and calculations in his heart. Xia Bingyun, this Miss Perfect, the resources in her hands are enough to make even undying powers jealous. If I can get Xia Bingyun, I can have at least half of the resources. At that time, my position in the Feng clan will surpass the other Taoists, and I will have the greatest say. In the end, I might even be able to become the Feng clan leader. Feng Xiaotian thought to himself. Any top-notch force would have intense internal competition. Even if it was the Jun family, the 10 sequences would still compete with each other. The Wind Clan also had several Taoists, and Feng Xiaotian was one of them. Although he was not at the bottom, he was not at the top either. Therefore, he needed Xia Bingyun's help. Just as Feng Xiaotian was thinking in his heart, he casually glanced around and suddenly focused on a beautiful figure. It was a graceful woman in a fluttering pink dress, standing on the deck of a starship. A breeze blew, blowing the beautiful woman's clothes, making her look like a fairy from a dream. Although she wore a veil on her face, her pair of clear and beautiful eyes made the world pale in comparison. There was no need to guess that she must be a woman with a flawless face. What made Feng Xiaotian unable to take his eyes off her was the woman's excellent figure, especially her pair of long legs that were as white and smooth as ivory with a delicate luster. They were extremely eye-catching. What a beauty! She doesn't lose to Xia Bingyun at all. Feng Xiaotian praised in his heart. He could also see that the starship was obviously used as cannon fodder. It would be a pity if such a beauty died in the sinful pit. Feng Xiaotian sighed slightly. He did not think much about it, and his body shook slightly. In the next moment, he swept directly to the starship's deck like a gust of wind. Seeing the green-robed young master suddenly appear in front of her, Yan Ruming's eyes flickered in confusion. Song Fei and the other young heavens pridelings suddenly revealed a look of uneasiness. They did not expect that the Wind Clan Taoist, who was the center of attention, would come to them. Seeing the action of the Wind Clan Taoist, everyone's eyes converged on him. As soon as they saw Yan Ruming, they understood why the Wind Clan Taoist would do such a thing. After all, he was famous for his love of beautiful women. Feng Xiaotian did not pay attention to Jun Xiaoyao, who was beside Yan Ruming. While Jun Xiaoyao had an extraordinary air about him, the grimace mask on his face, which looked like it was both laughing and crying at the same time, somewhat concealed his aura. Is this girl also going to the sinful pit? Why don't you come to my Wind Clan battleship? Feng Xiaotian smiled, his snow-white teeth gleaming with a luster. He could not say to his face that they were all cannon fodder. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. Sure enough, beautiful women were a source of trouble. However, there were all sorts of people here, and if Jun Xiaoyao were to reveal his identity, he was afraid that before they reached the sinful pit, the 13 great bandits would have run away. At this time, Yan Ruming revealed a faint smile. The next moment, she intimately took Jun Xiaoyao's arm, and her plump chest was tightly pressed against Jun Xiaoyao. Sorry, I'm going with my husband, Yan Ruming said apologetically. This made Feng Xiaotian's face twitch, and he felt a little embarrassed. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao, who was wearing a grimace mask, and could not understand why such a beautiful woman would find such an ordinary person. But Feng Xiaotian still took a deep breath and said, Then you guys can come together. The Wind Clan battleship is spacious. Yan Ruming shook her head again. No need, young master, please go back. I'm a little tired. After all, my husband was so naughty last night that I couldn't sleep. Then she looked at Jun Xiaoyao coquettishly, revealing the look of a little woman who had been nourished. Seeing this scene, all the male heavens pridelings looked at Jun Xiaoyao with extreme envy. Feng Xiaotian's face was as ugly as if he had eaten feces. Of course, he was still a Taoist of the Wind Clan and could not be jealous of a fellow of unknown origin in front of everyone. In that case, sorry to disturb you, Feng Xiaotian said, casually glancing at Jun Xiaoyao. Given his vision and cultivation base, how could he see through Jun Xiaoyao? Feng Xiaotian returned to the Wind Clan battleship and sighed inwardly. What a beautiful flower field, but it has already been planted. But if he knew that the person he wanted to flirt with was the woman of the Jun family son of God, what kind of expression would Feng Xiaotian have? On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao showed a strange look. Do you always use this method to get rid of flies? Yan Ruming raised her eyebrows. How could she be so casual? If you weren't by my side, I would never use this method to ruin my reputation, Yan Ruming said telepathically. So you're taking advantage of me? Jun Xiaoyao said secretly. You. Yan Ruming was speechless and showed her anger. Her Linglong's delicate body was still tightly pressed against Jun Xiaoyao's side. Who was the one taking advantage of who? Chapter 655. Of course, this was just a small interlude. Feng Xiaotian also did not mock or disrespect him as Jun Xiaoyao had guessed. After all, he was a Tao disciple of a supreme clan. If he was jealous of a woman in public and even fought with her, that would be a bit of an idiot. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He had wanted to try the feeling of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but now it seemed that it was not necessary for the time being. Why are you still so close to me? Jun Xiaoyao felt the plump softness on his arm and turned his face to the side to transmit his voice. You have to pretend to be decent, Yan Rumeng deliberately said in a sweet voice. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. He seriously suspected that Yan Rumeng wanted to take advantage of him and take advantage of him. On the other side, on the Wind clan worship, several attendants came forward with a dark light in their eyes. Young master, if you like that wife, why don't you let us go down and help? Feng Xiaotian glanced at them and said coldly, Am I the kind of person who is greedy for other people's wives? Besides, I will not take over the fertile land that others have plowed. Although Feng Xiaotian was greedy for beauties, he also had principles. He would not take over. That was the bottom line of a man. But it's a pity that such a beauty will eventually die in the sinful pit. Feng Xiaotian sighed. He did not think that those recruited cannon fodder would be able to survive the battle of the sinful pit. After everything was ready, the Xia clan, the Wind clan, and the recruited group of heaven prides and cultivators all boarded the starry sky warship. Looking around, there were more than 100 warships of various sizes, looking rather imposing. The cultivators who stayed in Titanic Crescent City looked at the fleet in the starry sky and sighed. I wonder if the Xia clan will be wiped out or if the sinful pit will be destroyed. The sinful pit was located in the central region of the chaotic astral ocean. Most of the bustling ancient cities were in the outer region. There were already many dangers in the central region. Even sage kings and great sages would fall if they were careless. This was also the reason why the sinful pit had settled down in the central region. It was easy to hide, difficult for the enemy to penetrate, and there were also various natural barriers. When the punitive fleet of the Xia family entered the central region of the chaotic astral ocean, something also happened. Star-devouring ancient beasts that were as large as asteroids also appeared. Fortunately, with the Xia clan's paragon overseeing the situation, the star-devouring ancient beast didn't cause too much damage. Of course, in terms of size, the star-devouring ancient beast could only be considered as an infant. A mature star-swallowing ancient beast could swallow an entire life ancient star at once. Even great heavenly venerates and supreme mystic venerates might not necessarily have the ability to kill him. Finally, after half a month, the Xia family fleet finally approached the location of the sinful pit. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast asteroid belt. Almost every meteor had all kinds of buildings. What was a little creepy was that these buildings were actually made of white bones. There was no lack of human bones among them. This giant ring-shaped planetary belt is the infamous place of hiding evil within the chaotic astral ocean, the sinful pit. The vast fleet, made up of hundreds of starry sky battleships, stopped dozens of kilometers away from the sinful pit. The Xia family paragon's aged voice sounded. First culprit, if you hand over the people of the Xia family now, you can still avoid disaster. Not long after, a cold voice that was no less imposing than the Xia family paragon's voice sounded. Where is the imperial weapon treasure basin that I want? Humph, I think you are delusional and daydreaming. A bright light erupted from one of the starry sky battleships, and the figure of an elder emerged. The paragon's aura swept out in all directions. Many stars in the surroundings were annihilated without a sound. Boom! In the depths of the sinful pit, there was also a burst of paragon's aura that was accompanied by a biting, cold, bloody, evil aura. A man in a blood-red robe appeared in the blood sea. In the blood sea, the corpses of all kinds of creatures were rolling and filled with strong resentment. He was the first culprit of the sinful pit. I have to say that the behavior of the Xia family is very stupid. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the first culprit. He didn't want to kill the hostages. He had also heard that the eldest daughter of the Xia family, Xia Bingyin, doted on her younger sister the most. When the time came and he defeated the Xia family fleet, he would let Xia Bingyin come and exchange the treasure basin. At that time, the initiative would be in his hands. Haha, a mere bandit leader dares to do such a bold thing. The Feng family's quasi-paragon also appeared in the void. In the sinful pit, a few more figures appeared. They were the second and third culprit, and their strength was in the quasi-paragon and divine Lord Realm. Big Brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Let's destroy their fleet first, and then wait for the Xia family to deliver the treasure basin. The second culprit's voice was filled with killing intent. Kill. There was no room for negotiation between the two sides, and they immediately launched into a fierce battle. Although there were paragons participating in this level of battle, it was far from the level of an immortal battle. On the ultimate ancient road, there were all kinds of battles that broke out almost every day between various forces and major races. On the starry sky battleships, the formation was activated, and beams of terrifying dermic power light pierced through the void and burst out. On the other side of the sinful pit, the entire planetary belt formed a terrifying summoning formation. The densely packed white bones converged to form a white bone dragon. There were also many white bone demons and white bone ghost soldiers. In the sinful pit, there were also many fierce-looking criminals and bandits appearing. This scene caused the faces of the assembled heavens pridelings to change. They knew that the expedition to the sinful pit could be very dangerous, but they did not expect it to be so dangerous. On the starry sky battleship, Jun Xiaoyao looked at the scene in front of him. His face was still indifferent, and he was stroking the tiny jade hair in his arms. Where would the stronghold of the 13 bandits be? Yan Rumeng muttered. It should be in the depths of the sinful pit, but given their cautious character, they probably won't participate in the battle. They should be thinking of moving. Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Then we have to hurry, Yan Rumeng said. On the other side, on the Wind Clan battleship, Feng Xiaotian had also been paying attention to Yan Rumeng and Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of his eyes. She's still not panicking. Is she really that confident? Feng Xiaotian thought. He thought that, after seeing such a dangerous scene, Yan Rumeng would come over to him. But it turned out that he was thinking too much. Kill! The loud roar of killing spread across the starry sky. The starry sky battleships, like shuttles, plunged into the planetary belt of the sinful pit. Jun Xiaoyao and the other cultivators on the starry sky battleship were naturally in the front, like cannon fodder. Soon, many heavens pridelings were directly torn to shreds by the white bone demon, and the white bone dragon had also reached the Saint King level. The high-level experts of the Xia family were all restrained by the first sinner and the others. The white bone dragon, which was at the Saint King level, was naturally able to kill and scrupulously in the crowd. It was not until then that the heavens pridelings regretted. It was not so easy to get paid. It was not so easy to live off a woman. Taoist, do we really not need to catch that woman? An attendant beside Feng Xiaotian asked tentatively. He could see that Feng Xiaotian was indeed very fond of that beauty. Forget it. Since she insists on dying with her husband, then let her be. Feng Xiaotian shook his head slightly. He had already seen that the white bone dragon, which was at the Saint King level, had already rushed toward Yan Rumeng and the others. Sigh, it's sad that a beauty has died. I should also take advantage of the chaos to find where Xia Chuqing is being held. Feng Xiaotian sighed, just as he turned around and was about to make a move. He seemed to have seen something, and his face suddenly froze. Then his eyes widened, his pupils constricted, and he was so shocked that his divine soul trembled and his scalp went numb. This is impossible. Even with Feng Xiaotian's temperament, he could not help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 656. On the battlefield, the sage, king-level skeletal dragon rampaged through the battlefield. Without a stronger opponent to keep it in check, this skeletal dragon was enough to cause massive casualties. Even some of the famous sage sky prides from the ancient road were like paper in front of the skeletal dragon. They were easily torn to pieces. Roar! The skeletal dragon was only a summoned creature, summoned by the array formation. It did not have much intelligence. It instinctively sensed Jun Xiaoyao's vigorous vitality, which was like a torch in the dark night. The skeletal dragon charged at Jun Xiaoyao and the others with its fangs. Oh no! Behind them, Song Fei and the other young sky prides who followed Jun Xiaoyao changed their expressions drastically. They had seen Jun Xiaoyao kill a sage-level bandit with a flick of his finger under the starry sky before. However, although the skeletal dragon was a summoned creature, it was a genuine sage, king-level existence. Looking at the skeletal dragon attacking him, Jun Xiaoyao's face was calm under the mask. He still held the tying jade hair in one hand, while the other hand clenched into a fist and punched out. Immortal Daluo, immortal body, support. The power of 100,000 divine elephants, support. Most importantly, in Jun Xiaoyao's body, the cells trembled, and the power of the entire summer world was also supported on the tip of his fist. This punch did not need any special ability. It was enough to shatter the universe and destroy the sky. Boom! The vast fist light illuminated the starry sky, and the surrounding meteorites shattered. The skeletal dragon, which was comparable to a sage king, shattered inch by inch under Jun Xiaoyao's punch. It was instantly killed. This scene shocked the battlefield, and many people were stunned. Am I seeing things? He killed a sage king-level skeletal dragon with a single punch. Who is that masked man? No wonder he has such a beautiful woman accompanying him. He really is a big shot who has been hiding his strength all this while. Gasps could be heard from all directions. Some people even mistakenly thought that Jun Xiaoyao might be an expert of the older generation who was pretending to be weak. How could this be? Feng Xiaotian was in a daze, his scalp tingling in disbelief. Without using any great divine ability, he had killed the white bone dragon of the Sage King realm with just his physical strength. In other words, this was something that even outlawed sky prides could not achieve. What was unimaginable for others was nothing out of the ordinary for Jun Xiaoyao. Previously, he was able to kill the half-step Great Saint-level Flame Snake General. Now that he had been in seclusion for a year, he had cultivated the fortune immortal Qi, the inner universe, and the power of Sumer world. If he still couldn't kill this Sage King-level summoned creature with a single punch, then there would be a problem. Could it be that he's really an expert of the older generation? But that shouldn't be the case. Feng Xiaotian found it hard to believe. If one were to say that the ghost masked man was from the same younger generation as him, Feng Xiaotian would absolutely not believe it. Perhaps there were a few super taboos that possessed such strength. However, they should also be in the depths of the ancient road. It was impossible for them to stay in a place like the chaotic astral ocean. On the other hand, if the ghost masked man was an expert of the older generation, Feng Xiaotian also felt that a peerless beauty like Yan Rumeng would not be taken advantage of by an old cow. Looks like we're still too ostentatious. Let's go. Feeling the countless gazes around him, Jun Xiaoyao wrapped his arm around Yan Rumeng's slender waist, took a step forward, and instantly disappeared on the spot without a trace. He had cultivated the space scripture, one of the 9 great heavenly books, and had even condensed the immortal Qi of the void. His control of the space, Tao, had reached the acme of perfection. Everyone only felt that the ghost masked man had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where did they go? Forget it. It's more important to find Xia Chuqing first. Although Feng Xiaotian was surprised by Jun Xiaoyao's strength, he still had more important things to do. The entire battlefield was still in chaos. Soldier against soldier, general against general. The Xia clan's supreme being was fighting with the first sinner. The other Xia clan elders and the Feng clan's prospective supreme being were also fighting with the second and third sinners. In the sinful pit, there were screams and sounds of killing everywhere. In the void, wisps of ripples would ripple out from time to time. Jun Xiaoyao's silhouette flickered in and out of the void. The Kuan Peng's extreme speed, coupled with the space Tao, made Jun Xiaoyao's figure like a ghost. He went deep into the sinful pit at an extremely fast speed. Where is it? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Beside him, Jun Xiaoyao was holding Yan Ruming's slender waist. Her face was slightly red, and her eyes were watery. Jun Xiaoyao did not notice this beauty's flirtatious behavior. He was concentrating on exploring. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's sharp divine sense suddenly captured a trace of aura. His eyes flashed, and he once again disappeared into the void. In the sinful pit, a ghostly figure flickered. Then it stopped beside an inconspicuous giant meteorite. The figure was dressed in a black robe, and his figure seemed to be hidden in the netherworld. Xia Chuqing should be held here. Although we have to leave the sinful pit, we can't lose this last piece of meat. As for the mess, let the first sinner and the others clean it up, haha. The figure seemed to have activated some secret mechanism. Then he used a ghostly movement technique and flashed into it. This is a double cross? In the distant void, Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared in the dark. Because he had killed 4 of the 13 bandits, he was certain. The black-robed man was also one of the 13 bandits. Jun Xiaoyao did not expect the 13 bandits to be so bold that they even dared to snatch the meat near the mouth of the first sinner. And it was obvious that they had been plotting for some time. Perhaps Xia Chuqing's capture had something to do with them. After a while, the black-robed man flashed out, and in his hands was a delicate girl in a light yellow dress. The girl was extremely beautiful, like a pearl emitting a rosy glow. She had almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks. Her snow-white forehead had a flicker of wisdom. Her hair was tied into 2 buns, making her look intelligent and charming. However, the girl's mouth was sealed by a talisman. She could not even move her body, let alone scream. The black-robed man dragged the girl to a certain place in the sinful pit. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Yan Rumeng asked. "Do you think he's the only bandit in the sinful pit?" Jun Xiaoyao said with a hollow laugh. He continued to follow the black-robed man. Deep inside the sinful pit, in a dilapidated building on a planet, 2 figures were collecting various treasures. Among them were hearts, blood, eyeballs, arms, and other things, all of which were branded with god runes. At a glance, they were all unique physiques, such as the Xiantian divine eyes, Qilin arms, ancient god hearts, etc. Each of the organs represented the death of a genius with a unique physique. It was obvious how many geniuses of the 9 heavens immortal realm the 13 bandits had killed. "Qilian, Shuesha, I'm here." The black-robed man brought the girl, Xia Chuqing, to the place. "Netherworld, you're finally here. Let's pack up and leave." "We can't stay in the sinful pit," the Shuesha pirate said. "I don't know why, but I keep feeling uneasy." Qi Liandao rubbed the corners of his eyes. From the voice, it was surprisingly a gentle and charming woman. "You're overthinking it," the underworld pirate said indifferently. "Maybe it's because the Shadow Demon Bandit and the others were killed by the son of God of the Jun clan. But it's fine, we'll get our revenge," the Chilean robber said with a hint of hatred. Even though the 13 bandits were cruel to outsiders, they had always been united. 4 of the bandits had died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Thus the rest of the bandits hated Jun Xiaoyao to the core. "I did hear that Tarantula and the others are planning to kill the goddess of the Jiang clan, Jiangxingi, who has a connate spirit embryo deep inside the ancient path. After killing Jun Xiaoyao, Boss will be able to devour the sacred body of the ancients and the connate spirit embryo at the same time. By then, which genius on the ultimate ancient road would be able to defeat Boss?" the underworld pirate said with a hollow laugh. However, as soon as he finished the sentence, it was as if the world had frozen. In the blink of an eye, the temperature dropped to the freezing point, as if it was frozen. It was a cold, murderous intent that froze the rift. "Did you just say that you're planning to kill Jiangxingi?" A cold voice that sounded like the voice of the god of death came out. The underworld pirate, the Chilean robber, and the Shuesha pirate shuddered. They immediately focused their attention on the man in a demon mask who was floating in the rift not far away. "That mask is—" The eyes of the 3 bandits trembled in astonishment. The moment they saw the devil mask, they even had the illusion that their boss had come. Chapter 6:57. A cold, murderous aura locked down the world. The blood bandit, the underworld bandit, and the Chilean robber felt as if they were in an eternal ice abyss. They could only feel a bone-piercing chill. "Who are you? Why do you have our boss's mask?" The only female of the three, the Chilean robber, shouted coldly. They were a little confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. A man and a woman suddenly appeared. The woman's face was covered with a veil. On the other hand, the man was wearing a mask that they were all too familiar with. This made them extremely confused. The second daughter of the Xia family, Xia Chuqing, who had been bound and gagged, began to struggle violently when she saw the people appear. Her bright eyes were filled with a desire to live and a look of pleasant surprise. Obviously, she thought that the man and woman in front of her were sent by the Xia family to save her. "You said that you want to kill Jiang Xingyi," Jun Xiaoyao said in an incomparably cold voice. That biting cold, murderous aura caused the world to change color. To the side, Yan Ruming sighed softly when she saw Jun Xiaoyao's attitude. After spending so much time with Jun Xiaoyao, she knew that Jun Xiaoyao had always been a calm person. Nothing could affect Jun Xiaoyao's emotions. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression wouldn't change. However, after hearing that Jiang Xingyi might be killed, Jun Xiaoyao emitted such a murderous aura. This was enough to prove that Jiang Xingyi had a special place in Jun Xiaoyao's heart. She was different from the other women. "Jiang Xingyi is so lucky." Yan Ruming's eyes were filled with envy. In this world, how many women were qualified to make Jun Xiaoyao care about them? So what if I am? No, could you be? The Chilean robber snorted coldly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his body trembled and his eyes trembled. "Are you Jun Xiaoyao?" The Chilean robber couldn't help but exclaim. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was as cold as frost. He didn't say anything and directly sent out a palm strike. "Let's go," the Chilean robber shouted. The Nether Pirate and Blood Pirate's expressions changed drastically as they hastily retreated. It was not that they were too cowardly. Instead, after learning that Jun Xiaoyao had killed the Flame Snake General, who was half a step away from being a great saint, they knew that they were no match for Jun Xiaoyao. Unless the top few among the 13 bandits, such as the Tarantula Bandits, the Army Destroyer Bandits, and the 7 Kill Bandits, joined forces, they would have a chance to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. "Do you think you can leave?" Jun Xiaoyao sneered. Sealing runes suddenly appeared in the surrounding void, completely locking down the area. No matter how the three of them attacked, they couldn't break the seal. It turned out that before Jun Xiaoyao showed up, he had already set up the third immortal forbidding seal in secret. The 3 bandits wore unpleasant looks. All this time, they had been playing the role of the hunter, and the top heaven's favorites were their prey. And now they finally experienced the feeling of being hunted. Jun Xiaoyao's palm intertwined with runes as he slammed forward. It contained the force of an entire Sumer realm. The Chilean robber and his crew felt like the whole world was crushing down on them. How could there be such a genius among the younger generation of the 9 heavens' immortal realm? The 3 bandits had already anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao's powers would be extremely terrifying, but they were unable to do anything about it. However, they did not expect him to be this strong. The 3 of them felt a sense of despair and helplessness with just a single move. Even the young emperors of the foreign realm and the descendants of the immortal monarch tribe are no match against him. The Chilean robber was in despair. They did not beg for mercy, as they knew Jun Xiaoyao would never forgive them. Puff! The bodies of the underworld robber and the blood fiend robber exploded instantly. Their bones cracked while their flesh and blood turned into minced meat. Their primordial spirits were destroyed. The Chilean robber was the only one left. He was trembling with a blank face. What are you doing? Could it be? The Chilean robber misunderstood. He thought Jun Xiaoyao was going to do something inappropriate to him. After all, he was the only woman among the three of them. Yet Jun Xiaoyao had spared his life. "Tell me everything you know, and I'll give you a quick death," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. He had to kill them, but he had to force them to give him the information first. Impossible! The Chilean robber clenched his teeth. The fact that they were sent by the foreign realm as scouts indicated that they were not weak either. They would not give in so easily. Unfortunately, the person she was facing was Jun Xiaoyao. "You're asking for it." Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. He immediately summoned the Chaos Godly Grindstone. The pain of crushing one's primordial spirit was thousands of times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Unless it was someone with an extremely strong will, it was impossible to endure. This was also the reason why Jun Xiaoyao only spared the Chilean robber. A woman's psychological barrier was thinner and easier to break through. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao broke through the Chilean robber's barrier and obtained some important information. After all, the Chilean robber was ranked higher than the previous 4 among the 13 great robbers. Therefore, she had to know a little more information. So that's how it is. The Permitha organization has infiltrated the immortal realm for a long time, and the power behind them is the Foreign Realms Immortal Emperor clan, the Permitha clan, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. In the Foreign Realm, there were immortal emperor clans that had been passed down since ancient times, such as the Gulen clan, the Permitha clan, the Zuan clan, and so on. These immortal emperor clans had an ancient history, and their inheritances were extremely deep. They were endlessly mysterious. Jun Xiaoyao did not expect that the Foreign Realm, which had been silent for a long time, had already begun planning in secret. In addition, the 3 great robbers were also preparing to present these special physiques and bloodlines to the immortal slaying robber. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that he learned from the Chilean robber. The immortal slaying robber, who was ranked first among the 13 great robbers and could even kill outlawed sky prides, was only immortal. However, the immortal slaying robber defied the heavens and had the ability to devour other bloodlines and physiques. The more he devoured and refined, the stronger he became. This physique is somewhat similar to Yan Qingying's. However, other than her special physique, Yan Qingying mainly relies on the god-devouring demonic technique. Jun Xiaoyao thought, if he allowed the immortal slaying robber to continue growing, he might really be a threat to him. Following that, Jun Xiaoyao also found out that Tarantula and the others were plotting to attack Jiangxingyi in the depths of the ancient road. Now, there were 6 more great robbers in the depths of the ancient road, other than the most mysterious and powerful immortal slaying robber. There were also Tarantula, the army destroyer robber, the 7 slaughter robber, the moon executioner robber, and the galactic destroyer robber. If one were to classify the 13 great robbers into a rough hierarchy, the immortal slaying robber was undoubtedly at the top. Tarantula, the army destroyer robber, and the 7 slaughter robber were at the 2nd level. The moon executioner robber, the galactic destroyer robber, and the Chilean robber before him were at the 3rd level. The shadow demon robber, the sky witch robber, and the others were at the 4th level. The strength of Tarantula and the others was obviously not on the same level as the Chilean robber and the others. With their strength, they might be a threat to Jiangxingyi. However, what made Jun Xiaoyao feel a little relieved was that, at the moment, Tarantula and the others were only at the preliminary stage of their plan. It would be a long time before they could actually execute it. After all, Jiangxingyi was not a pushover. She was now a famous goddess-like figure on the ancient final road and was extremely powerful. If they wanted to guarantee success, they still needed to plan and weigh the pros and cons. 13 great robbers, your path is too narrow. With a thought, Jun Xiaoyao crushed the Chilean robber's primordial spirit with the primordial chaos divine grindstone. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would be enraged. Jiangxingyi was one of Jun Xiaoyao's reverse scales. Chapter 658. After killing Qi Liandao and the other 2, Jun Xiaoyao had killed 7 out of the 13 bandits, including the ones he killed earlier. But that wasn't enough. Jun Xiaoyao wanted the 13 of them to go to hell together and cross the Yellow Springs peacefully. As expected of a bandit, there are a lot of treasures. Jun Xiaoyao casually glanced around the cave and took all the treasures and resources without hesitation. Even if he didn't like these resources, he could use them to reward others. After all, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't alone now. He had the Emperor dynasty behind him. He had to consider the Emperor dynasty at all times. He couldn't take all the resources of the Emperor dynasty from the Jun family. As Jun Xiaoyao's private force, the Emperor dynasty couldn't rely too much on the Jun family's funding. Jun Xiaoyao even had a wild ambition in his heart. In the future, he wanted to build the Emperor dynasty into something similar to the ancient heavenly court in the legends. He wanted to build a heavenly palace, control the heavenly Tao, punish life and death, and shape the cycle of reincarnation. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao wanted the Emperor dynasty to be on par with, or even surpass the supreme Xian Ting. Of course, it was a long process, and Jun Xiaoyao only had a rough idea of what to do. He needed to win step by step and absorb all the forces to join the Emperor dynasty. Otherwise, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't need to rope in the Naga race and other races with potential. However, this was all in the future. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao had collected all the resources. As for the bloodlines and physiques, Jun Xiaoyao also put them away. For Jun Xiaoyao, who had the sacred body of the ancients and the bones of supremacy, these bloodlines and physiques weren't enough for him. But he could leave them for Yan Qingying to devour, or he could give them to the people around him. It seems that to deal with the immortal execution robber and the others, we have to go deeper into the ancient road. Let's go first. Jun Xiaoyao was still a little disappointed that he didn't kill all the 13 bandits this time. The stronghold of the sinful pit was only a foothold for the 13 bandits. The immortal extermination robber and tarantula were in the depths of the ancient road. However, it didn't matter. Jun Xiaoyao would eventually reach the end of the ancient road. There was no need for him to look for them, as the immortal extermination bandit and the others would take the initiative to look for him. After all, the immortal bandit was one of the 7 defiant sovereigns. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and Yan Rumeng were about to leave, the whining sound came again. Jun Xiaoyao turned his head to look. The second young mistress of the Xia family, Xia Chuqing, whose entire body was wrapped in chains and whose mouth was sealed with talismans, was whimpering nonstop. There was even confusion in her eyes. Could it be that this pair of man and woman were not sent by the Xia family to rescue her? Why did he turn a blind eye to her after killing the 3 bandits? Should we take her back? Yan Rumeng asked. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. Cornucopia, the rich young mistress of the Xia family, Xia Bingyun, is a fertile land. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The fact that the Xia family could become one of the giants of the business alliance of the 10,000 clans was enough to prove their wealth and resources, even if the Xia family was not included. Just the wealth and resources that Xia Bingyun, who owned the imperial weapon, Cornucopia, controlled were enough to make the immortal forces jealous. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had heard before that Xia Bingyun was also a strong woman. Most of the business transactions of the Xia family were controlled by her. She had almost been recognized as the next female patriarch of the Xia family. In other words, if he got Xia Bingyun, he would be able to obtain the resources and financial resources of a wealthy family. No wonder the Taoist of the Wind clan was so concerned. I'm afraid he has an ulterior motive and wants Xia Bingyun's resources to help him. Jun Xiaoyao immediately understood. How could such a fertile land fall into the hands of others? It was best to have it in his own hands. It just so happened that the Emperor Monarch's family had a lot of business and was lacking resources. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao turned around and walked in front of Xia Chuqing. He broke the chains on her body and tore the talisman in her mouth. Xia Chuqing gasped for breath and patted her small chest with her jade-like hands. You scared me to death. I thought you didn't care about me anymore. Xia Chuqing heaved a sigh of relief. She was pretty with bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was as delicate as mutton fat jade, and her big eyes were lively. Her black hair was tied into 2 buns, and she was as beautiful as a field elf. How could I not care about you? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Hearing this gentle voice, Xia Chuqing's eyes lit up. Although the young man in front of her was wearing a strange and clumsy ghost face mask, judging from his voice, he should be a very good-looking young man. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao had just killed 3 notorious bandits. That kind of powerful strength made Xia Chuqing's eyes light up, and she felt a sense of security. Her first impression of Jun Xiaoyao was even better. Moreover, if she knew the true identity of Jun Xiaoyao, she would most likely faint from excitement. Well, we shouldn't stay here for long, let's go. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was gentle, making people instinctively have a warm and good impression of him. And thank you very much. I will definitely ask my elder sister to reward you heavily in the future. Xia Chuqing smiled and nodded. Yan Rumeng, who was beside him, saw the sudden change in Jun Xiaoyao's attitude. She understood that Jun Xiaoyao was probably up to something again. Ah, ignorant little girl. Yan Rumeng sighed inwardly. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao wanted to use Xia Chuqing as a starting point for the Xiao family. But thinking that she seemed to be infatuated with Jun Xiaoyao, she didn't seem to have the right to criticize others. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao took Yan Rumeng and Xia Chuqing to leave the sinful pit. Sorry to offend you. Jun Xiaoyao hugged Yan Rumeng with one hand and Xia Chuqing with the other, displaying the extreme speed of the Kunping and activating the void immortal qi. His figure turned into a faint shadow, hiding in the void and flashing through the sinful pit. Xia Chuqing exclaimed, her little face blushing. It was the first time that she had been hugged by a strange man since she was a child. Strangely, Xia Chuqing didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust or offended. What a fragrant smell! Xia Chuqing smelled the fresh and light body fragrance of Jun Xiaoyao. She looked at the face wearing the ghost mask and couldn't help murmuring in her heart, I wonder what kind of face is under this mask. On the way out of the sinful pit, there were also some villains and bandits with keen divine sense who noticed Jun Xiaoyao and the others. But in an instant they were all killed by Jun Xiaoyao, and even the news could not be spread out. When Xia Chuqing saw Jun Xiaoyao casually killing all the enemies, her beautiful eyes glowed even more brightly. Such a mysterious and powerful man indeed attracted the attention of girls. Just as they were about to leave the sinful pit through another route, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of them. It was Feng Xiaotian and the others who were deep in the sinful pit. The squire at Saint Great Perfection by Feng Xiaotian's side noticed Jun Xiaoyao and the others as well. Daozi, it's the miss of the Xia family. The servant pointed to Jun Xiaoyao and the others. It really is her, but how did he save her? Feng Xiaotian's eyes lit up when he saw Xia Chuqing. But at the same time, he also saw Jun Xiaoyao hugging Xia Chuqing. This made Feng Xiaotian's face suddenly darken. If the person who saved Xia Chuqing was not him, how could Xia Bingyun treat him differently? Chapter 659. In Feng Xiaotian's imagination, he should have gone deep into the enemy's camp and taken a huge risk to rescue Xia Chuqing. Then Xia Chuqing would be grateful to him, and then he would be received by Xia Bingyun and treated differently. Finally, he would slowly cultivate feelings with Xia Bingyun and win her over. This was an extremely perfect plan. But now, Xia Chuqing was rescued by someone else, and that person happened to be someone he was a little unhappy with. At this moment, seeing Jun Xiaoyao hugging 2 women, Feng Xiaotian was even more unhappy. Forget about Yan Rumeng. Although she looked like a goddess, she was already someone's wife after all. Feng Xiaotian also interrupted this thought. However, Xia Chuqing was beautiful, refined, and charming. She was not much inferior to her older sister, Xia Bingyun. Under the most perfect circumstances, Feng Xiaotian even felt that he could take both sisters into his pocket. After all, if he personally rescued Xia Chuqing would definitely be grateful to him and have a good impression of him. But now his good plan was completely disrupted by the ghost-masked man in front of him, looking at Xia Chuqing snuggling in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. Feng Xiaotian always had a feeling that the thing he had set his eyes on was snatched away by someone else in advance. It was as if he saw a fertile field and wanted to sow it himself. But in the end, he found that there was already someone else's seed. Who are they? They don't look like the bad guys of the sinful pit. Xia Chuqing, who was leaning in Jun Xiaoyao's arms, said, "They are the people of the Feng clan who came with the Xia family." Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, ready to ignore her. "Oh," Xia Chuqing responded, glancing indifferently at Feng Xiaotian, and then withdrew her gaze. This made the veins on Feng Xiaotian's forehead throbbing. Was she completely ignoring him? After all, he had taken the risk to come in and save her. "Miss Chuqing, I am Feng Xiaotian of the Feng clan. I have come to save you. Quickly leave with me." Feng Xiaotian said in a gentle tone with a smile on his face. "No need, I am very safe now." Xia Chuqing had no intention of moving at all. She only felt a sense of security in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. The corner of Feng Xiaotian's eyes twitched slightly. His plan could be considered to have failed. As for using force, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao kill the Saint King level white bone dragon with a single punch, they were shocked. Unless Feng Xiaotian had lost his mind, there was no way he would have messed with Jun Xiaoyao. "If that's the case, then I'll follow you. It's safer for everyone to be together." Feng Xiaotian forced a smile. "There's no need for that. You'll only slow me down," Jun Xiaoyao refused. He had no interest in hanging out with these burdens. "Brother, I'm still a Taoist of the Wind Clan." Feng Xiaotian's smile faded. "What Taoist of the Wind Clan? Get out of the way," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. "Not to mention the Feng clan Taoist. Even the Feng clan leader would not dare to put on airs in front of him." Just when Feng Xiaotian couldn't hold it in anymore. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of rage exploded from the distant sky. "I finally found you, and you still want to run?" Hearing this thunderous voice, the faces of Feng Xiaotian and the others changed. When they looked over, they were shocked to see in the distant sky a ferocious-looking man dressed in black heavy armor and holding a blood-stained saber was walking over. The aura of the great Saint Realm shook the void. "Oh no, it's the fifth chief sinner of the sinful pit," Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but exclaim. Of the 5 chief sinners of the sinful pit, the strongest was naturally the first chief sinner, who had the cultivation of a supreme being. Although the 5th chief sinner was the weakest, he also had the cultivation of the great Saint Realm. However, at this moment, the black armor of the 5th chief sinner was slightly cracked, and his aura was a little chaotic. Obviously, he had just fought his way out of the main battlefield and had suffered serious injuries. But even if he was injured, he was still a great saint, which was not at the same level as the saints. Someone reported that this little fat sheep had escaped, but it seems that your efforts are in vain. The 5th chief sinner grinned, and blood flowed down. Although he had suffered serious injuries, it was still easy for him to deal with these saints and saint kings. "A great Saint Realm expert, what should we do?" Xia Chuqing's face was full of panic. They didn't have anyone who could fight against a great saint. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed under the ghostly mask, but he didn't say anything. He hugged Yan Rumeng and Xia Chuqing. The tiny jade hair poked its little head out of Jun Xiaoyao's lapel, and then shrank back. Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the Kuan Peng and flew into the distance at top speed. It was not that Jun Xiaoyao was afraid, but they were in the sinful pit, and it would be bad if they were surrounded for too long. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care if he was alone, but with Xia Chuqing, who was a burden, he had to play it safe. "Let's go." Feng Xiaotian and the others hurriedly retreated. Where do you think you're going?" The fifth chief sinner attacked, waving the saber in his hand. The 10,000-foot-long blood-colored saber slashed down in a mighty manner. The space was sliced into two halves. "Path chosen, run. I'll cover the rear," the Saint King's servant shouted sternly. As soon as he said that, there was a spurt. Blood splattered everywhere. The Saint King's servant did not even have the strength to resist, and was directly cut in half by the fifth chief sinner's saber. Feng Xiaotian was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. Tears and snot flowed down his face as he ran away. Xia Chuqing happened to see the scene. Feng Xiaotian, who was in a sorry state, was in stark contrast to Jun Xiaoyao, who was calm and composed at this moment. Trying to run? Die! The fifth chief sinner slashed his saber at Jun Xiaoyao again. The dazzling, blood-colored saber seemed to have cut open the universe, and all kinds of runes and laws burst out as if it had cut the sky. Obviously, the fifth chief sinner did not have the patience. He wanted to kill everyone with one slash and then take Xia Chuqing back. "It's over. Am I going to die here?" Feng Xiaotian's legs turned to jelly, and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. He was extremely desperate. Jun Xiaoyao let go of Yan Ramong and Xia Chuqing. "Young master." Xia Chuqing's almond-shaped eyes trembled. She was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would abandon her and run away alone. "Don't worry, this won't happen." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and activated all the dermic powers in his body. The immortal Daluo immortal body, the power of 100,000 divine elephants, and the power of a Sumeru realm supported him. Then he took out the myriad chi cauldron. The thick myriad chi cauldron, which could crush mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, was now rolling in the cauldron, full of unparalleled power. Jun Xiaoyao knew that he only had one chance. The fifth chief sinner obviously looked down on them and wanted to kill them with one slash. In that case, Jun Xiaoyao would give him a big surprise. "Kill!" Jun Xiaoyao let out a murderous roar as he pushed the myriad chi cauldron, as if he was pushing an ancient and vast universe. Boom! A dazzling brilliance and thunderous collision resounded throughout the sinful pit. Even the battlefield in the distance was alarmed, and countless gazes were cast over. "That's the fifth chief sinner. He found the second young mistress of the Xia family. Heavens, that grim-masked man has the courage to fight the fifth chief sinner, who is a great saint expert." Countless people around were shocked. Even some of the elders of the Xia family, and even the supreme being of the Xia family, were surprised. Are all the young people nowadays so brave? A saint dares to fight a great saint? Just as everyone was shocked, in the dazzling light of the collision, there was a shrill scream. A figure was sent flying hundreds of miles away like a dog. The black heavy armor on his body was completely shattered, and half of his body was crushed into minced meat. It was the fifth chief sinner. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Chapter 660. The entire chaotic battlefield fell into a momentary pause because of the scene in front of them. A look of astonishment appeared on everyone's faces. They were all stunned. Were all the saints nowadays so powerful? Although the fifth sinner was injured, he was still a genuine great saint expert. Now he had been sent flying by a young saint. Half of his body had been smashed, and he was sent flying backward in an extremely sorry state. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that it was a fantasy. Some of the Xia family elders, Xia family supremes, and even the first sinner from the sinful pit were all stunned. No matter how injured the fifth sinner was, he should not have been beaten up by a saint, right? What happened next made everyone feel even more suffocated. The ghost-masked man was extremely decisive and ruthless. He did not give the fifth sinner any chance at all. He used his extreme speed and instantly swept in front of the fifth sinner, who had been sent flying backward, and smashed down with his fist. Poof! The fifth sinner's entire head exploded. A primordial spirit suddenly escaped from it and charged toward the ghost masked man with a vast soul-killing power. The primordial spirit power of a great saint was extremely powerful and surged forward like a tidal wave. Then, golden light shone in the void, and a golden Buddha, made up entirely of primordial spirit power, appeared and pressed down fiercely. Boom! The primordial spirit of the fifth sinner was crushed with a loud bang. A great saint expert had fallen. Dead silence. It was clearly a chaotic battlefield. But at this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Everyone was stunned and tongue-tied. As for the sinful pit, the first sinner and the others looked as if they had seen a ghost, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. No one would have thought that the fifth sinner of the great saint realm would fall at the hands of a saint. This had simply refreshed everyone's worldview. Was it because the great saint realm was weak? No. It was because the ghost-masked man was too strong. He was so strong that he was demonic. He was not human at all. Who is that saint? How could he be so powerful? Even the supreme being of the Xia family was shocked to the core. He had never thought that such a powerful person would be hidden among the cannon fodder, recruited by the Xia family. The Feng's quasi-supremes were also stunned. He subconsciously glanced at his Taoist. He saw that Feng Xiaoyan's legs were trembling, and his face was deathly pale. He was in an extremely sorry state. Seeing that his Taoist was in such a sorry state, the Feng's quasi-supreme's expressions were unnatural. In comparison, Feng Xiaotian was a disgrace to the Fengs. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao was calm and collected as he put away the cauldron of myriad qi. Jun Xiaoyao didn't feel much about killing a supreme saint. This was because he knew that luck played an important role in the success of this mission. A great saint expert of the great saint realm, of the great saint, great Feng of the great saint realm of the sinner of the great saint realm, of the great of the sinful, of the great realm, of the great saint great of the great of the great of the saint realm, of the great saint realm of the great saint. There was also the myriad qi cauldron. It was also a powerful killer move that played an important role. Jun Xiaoyao was able to kill a great saint expert so smoothly because of all these factors. Otherwise, if he were to face a great saint at his peak and at full strength, Jun Xiaoyao would not be defeated, but he would not be able to kill a great saint so easily. Beside him, Xia Chuqing was stunned. Her little face glowed. Her eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. Who would have thought that the mysterious brother who saved her would have such terrifying strength? He could even kill a great saint. More importantly, Jun Xiaoyao did not look sorry at all from the beginning to the end. He was calm and composed, and his robe was as white as snow. He killed a great saint with a wave of his hand. Many girls would be charmed by such a demeanor. Xia Chuqing's heart was pounding. Yan Rumeng was also slightly stunned. She had seen Jun Xiaoyao kill the half-step great saint-level flame snake general. However, there was still a huge gap between a half-step great saint and a true great saint. It seems that after more than a year of closed-door cultivation, his realm did not seem to have improved, but his strength has increased by a lot. Yan Rumeng also sighed. He was truly a monster that made his peers despair. This was too much of a blow to their self-confidence. Right now, there was one person who had received 10,000 points of critical damage. That person was Feng Xiaotian. How could it be? How could he? Feng Xiaotian was stunned. He was dumbfounded and could not believe it. Killing a great saint was one thing. After all, there were some outlawed sky prides who could challenge someone one level above them. However, the problem was that the masked man was 2 whole realms above him. This was extremely abnormal. Feng Xiaotian was so shocked that his Taoist heart began to waver. With such a person around, the Feng clan's Taoist was nothing. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyao hugged Yan Rumeng and Xia Chuqing's slender waists again. They were still in the middle of the battlefield, and there was no time to delay. Damn it! On the main battlefield, the first sinner was furious. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Not only was the fifth sinner dead, but the hostages were also taken away. Haha, let's call it a day. The Xia clan will remember this. In the future, we'll gather our forces and completely destroy the sinful pit. The Xia clan's honorable one laughed to the sky. He was in a good mood. He thought that he would have to go through a life-and-death battle to save Xia Chuqing. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise. Under the protection of the Xia clan's honorable one and the others, Jun Xiaoyao and the others safely left the sinful pit. Although the first sinner was furious, there was nothing he could do. This time he did not catch the fox. Instead, he got himself into trouble. As for capturing Xia Chuqing, the Xia clan would not give the first sinner another chance. Next, the first sinner would have to think about how to withstand the Xia clan's revenge. In the starry sky, fleets were traveling through the starry sky. Compared to the hundreds of starships when they left, only half of the fleets returned. In other words, half of the cultivators died in the battle with the sinful pit, and 80% of the cultivators who died were cannon fodder recruited by the Xia clan. In one of the Xia clan's main ships, Jun Xiaoyao was being courteously received by the elders of the Xia clan. Even the honorable one of the Xia clan had instructed the elders of the Xia clan to give Jun Xiaoyao the best treatment as a VIP. If not for young master's help, we would not have been able to save the second miss so smoothly. Yes, young master is really a divine man. His strength makes us of the older generation blush with shame. An elder of the Xia clan's Saint King sighed with a red face. The new generation surpasses the old. The younger generation of saints was now more powerful than the older generation of Saint Kings. This made them blush with shame. Elders, you don't have to be like this, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. His temperament was calm, and he was neither arrogant nor rash. His bearing and strength caused the eyes of the elders of the Xia family to light up. Wouldn't it be great if such a talent could stay in the Xia clan and become a member of the Xia clan?